Hello, everyone. How you doing? Good to see everyone tonight. Much love to everybody. Hope you're having a good evening. Just get this set up real quick. How you doing, Debbie? History repeats. We stand up. Hey, Bob. How you doing? Blind straight, Kirkin. How you doing today? Got Pat Snyder saying greetings. Have not been around when you're live. Oh, okay. Well, welcome. How you doing, Pat? Good to see you here. You gotta find them freedom. What's happening? Same old stuff. Oops. Mike in Florida. Hello. Good to see you coming in here. Let's see. Crazy stuff. Hey, we'll start with this. Bam. What? Dr. Fauci says we should cancel Christmas and New Year's to avoid the CV catastrophe. Crazy, right? Getting really tired of that mug. With the coronavirus surging across the country, Dr. Fauci is urging Americans to hold off the traditional Christmas and New Year's Eve celebrations this year. Indoor gatherings can easily become super spreader events because people tend to be more lenient about following safety protocols when relaxed at home. Hawaii is currently the only state where coronavirus cases aren't skyrocketing. Well, I wonder what Hawaii is doing different. Despite the pleas from the CDC and health experts to avoid Thanksgiving celebrations this year, millions of Americans threw caution to the wind and headed back home last week. And with indoor gatherings accounting for the disproportionate number of coronavirus infections, health experts are now anticipating a surge of new COVID 19 infections is right around the corner. Woohoo! You're not going to see the results of Thanksgiving because this things lag by a couple of weeks. Dr. Fauci explained. So, what are we seeing now is what happened 2 weeks plus ago. What we're doing now is going to be reflected 2 to 3 weeks from now. So, what we want to make sure is we don't do is we enter into the riskiest part of the year. The weather gets colder, more people stay indoors, that you don't exactly exacerbate the problems that already exist. Whatever, Fauci. Whatever. Cancel Christmas. Much love, everybody. That's right, Mike. The war on Christmas has gone to a whole new level. Yeah. Camoliana Rose, how you doing? We're doing all right. We're just talking about canceling Christmas right now. Oh, really getting tired of that face. Let's see. What? Don't they look like twins? The Dr. Fauci of the 1918 Spanish flu. If it wasn't 100 years in between them, I'd say it's the same person who just got older. Looks like they're related. I mean, they're pretty close resemblance, both scrawny and whatever. More than a century ago, epidemiologist Dr. Thomas Tuttle prescribed face masks and social distancing to slow the influenza pandemic. He made a lot of enemies, but it worked. Now it's back January 1919. Washington's health commissioner urged legislation in the state capital, Olympia, to enforce strict measures against the spread of the Spanish flu, which had just ended a deadly second wave in America. Dun, dun, dun. The lethal injection. Yeah. Crazy. I'll be dropping the links to this because it's too much to read. And I'm sure a lot of you already know about it and have seen it. You know, battle ready in 1918. Soldiers were under quarantine in Washington State during the Spanish flu, and Red Cross volunteers sewing masks. Washington State Historical Society, Greg Courtwright Collection. Hey, Born Eraser, how you doing? Good to see you. Dank, hello. David Skywatch. The Knowledge Within, Special K. Good to see you all coming in. Much love to everybody. The Knowledge Within, my stepdad, he's doing awesome. He's fully back to normal. He came home on a stretcher, uh, on hospice with only a few weeks left to live. And the only thing I did was got him off all his medications and did some fresh, raw, organic juiced vegetables for nutrition, and did the Charlotte Gerson detox. And within 3 days, he was talking. He was he was having conversations. And then 7 days later, he was up and walking with his walker. And now I got him a few months later. He's almost there, ready to be walking with just his cane. He's 84 years old. I'm not on any medications, just pure nutrition. Well, the best nutrition we can get nowadays. It's not genetically modified, covered with Monsanto and Cenomix baby parts and all that good stuff. Amazing drop. Hello, and Truth 444. How you doing? Yeah, it's amazing what you don't need big pharma, at least my opinion. I stay away I'll never go to doctors. I mean, if you break a leg or something, then yeah, you go get it fixed and take their poison for the day, then get the heck out of there. Anyway, I'll drop this link right now. Let me stop sharing this crap. First, I'll drop the Christmas is canceled link. And we'll drop the link if anyone wants to come on up on the panel. It's always open panel. Then here is the Forbes, what do you call this? This is a Fauci 1918 Spanish flu. Okay, I'll drop that one in there for you to read later if you want to. The Knowledge Within. Went to try some chips yesterday and realized there was silicon in the oil. Yummy. Free to people. God bless you, brother. Keep up the good fight. Spread the full truth as much as you can. Knowledge shall increase. 2020 vision. Doesn't seem to be increasing fast enough for me, though. You know, but it is what it is. We're all here together. We all know what's going on. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of helicopter rides this year. Free rides drop. Mm. Woo! Much love, everybody. My new name, the knowledge within. What was your other name? Oh, Lewis. Okay. Hey, Peggy, how you doing? Hopefully, I didn't miss any. Yeah, December is going to be an exciting month. Yeah. Helicopter rides. Hey, baby truth. Good to see you. How you doing? Mike, yeah, you have to connect your microphone or your camera. I can't put you on the panel until you connect one of them. Hey, Jules, how you doing? Good to see you. Mess cause gum rot in mouth also. Oh, it was removed. Okay. Good to hear, baby truth. Hope everyone's doing good. Pat saying I heard somewhere today Bill Gates owns the CDC. Well, from what I believe, Bill Gates is funding the WHO. There's this Bill Gates Foundation. It's not even really part of the government. You think we got to April drop? Yeah, we gotta laugh, baby truth. That's for sure. You know the times we're in. Bill Gates is a college dropout and has no credentials. Unbelievable. Hey, you got Jackson RC Aviation. Hello, how you doing? Saying great day. Yeah, I hear you. I just got out of YouTube screw-tube jail, or out of the corner. They put me in a corner. Drop saying April 18th. Of course, we got to share love and happiness, but we got to keep on top of the truth and up to date on what's going on as well. It's not fear mongering whatsoever. It's just keeping everybody posted. We keep each other up to date. If you have any links you want to share, drop them in the chat now. As a matter of fact, I'll grab them up. You got Smurfer Girl in the house saying hello. Giggles saying hello to everyone in chat. Good to see you. Oh, you're back in YouTube jail? Drop? Wow. Hey, you guys, not heard of that Canada on around December 2nd is going into lockdown until June 18th. They won't be able to leave their home unless it's an emergency. Yes, I did hear that, and I did have an article for it, and I can't find it. If you have a link for that, that'd be cool. Drop it like it's hot. Yep. Cracking down on all the non-mask wearers first to keep us all separated so we cannot come together. start talking and unraveling their plans. Well, they can kiss my, you know what. Baby Juice under curfew. Okay, I got that camo. All right, what do we got here? Why does nothing surprise me anymore? New rule to allow use of firing squads. Electrocution for federal executions. The Justice Department plans to execute 5 more inmates before President-elect Biden, who opposes death penalty, takes office. A new rule published by the Justice Department on Friday will allow the use of different methods permitted by states, including firing squads and electrocution for federal executions. How come I don't see needles there? It's unclear whether the rule will ever actually get used, but it could potentially make it easier for Trump administration to proceed with the wave of the federal executions and the plans to carry out before President-elect Biden takes office. January 20th. What do you think is going to happen with that? What do you think? What's everybody think? One, if you think Trump's going to get it, or two, if Biden. It's crazy. Anything could happen with these people. And either way, we're screwed. Bob might this. You present things from realization. They will try to do each thing less, and they're going to do this to us. I never wear a mask. Tell them I can't wear a mask. I just walk by them. I know you're doing good there, Blind. That's right, Dank. Noah Hyde. This is crazy, though. But I saw that article where Canada's going to be locked down till June. I was like, what? June? So drop saying one for Trump. He thinks he's going to get it. I don't know. Like I said, it really doesn't matter. We're screwed either way, right? That's right, baby. Truth. We're screwed either way. I know. Hope everyone's prepped the best we can be for whatever they're going to throw at us. You know, it really sucks. I wish everyone's going to be okay. I just dropped a link in the chat, or didn't I? Where is it? Yeah, there it is. If you want to click on the StreamYard link and join the panel, come on up. And let me grab that link you dropped, Mike. Anyone have any other links you want to share? Darlene McGee, hello, how you doing? How did I shock you? How did I shock you, Darlene? By coming on? I know it was getting late. Hello and welcome, Debbie.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing all right. You?
I'm doing good. Hanging in there.
Well, that's all we can do, right?
How's everybody in chat?
What's that? Uh, I hope everyone's doing fine.
I'm sure. I'm
Yeah,
sure they are.
finding freedom.
We're tough. I'm sure they are.
Hello, Sure.
Hello, Darlene. How you doing, hon?
Well, if you can't drop a link in chat, just send a, let me see. If you have links to share, you just send it to truthseeker2019@yahoo.com, and I'll grab them up in my email. Wow, you even got notified. That's what's up. I'm here in New York, Camo.
Oh, hi, Giggles 5. I see.
Giggles 5. Come on.
Giggles 5.
You know what that means, right?
Round 5, yeah.
This is the 5th channel. Come
Yeah,
on.
round 5.
Screw tube.
I think it's cute.
I already
Giggles
got you,
5.
free to people. Camel got notified too. Wow.
I got notified.
Really?
I did.
That's amazing. That's good though. Considering most people tell me they don't get notifications. That's awesome. All right.
Oh, hi, BB Truth. I see you. How you doing?
Actually, I don't have that giggles. I had it before. Oh, wait a second. I think Freedom may have it here. No.
Oh, Mike in Florida. Hi, everybody. Much love, you guys.
Wow, everybody got notified. Maybe this after this little punishment I got, when they let me out, they kind of set me free to hang myself, right? When you give Cat a heads up, what's up? Oh, baby truth too. That's cool.
Yeah, about time for that essential travel thing to go back up on
I'm
the
gonna look.
buses again. Here we go again. All
Hey, Ready
before.
Squirrel, how you doing? Hey, Drop.
Is my microphone working?
It is.
I'm trying to act
Hear
like
you
you
now.
noticed. I'm
Yep.
being joking about it. Yeah, yeah. They
Got
gave
us.
me a second strike and put me in jail for 2 weeks.
Oh
Um,
no.
Yep.
the thing is that I just took everything down because I'm tired of warning people, and I want to keep my brand accounts, especially for like my garden channel. So yeah, I'll be on BitChute and
Yeah,
brand new too.
that's good.
You know, you
No,
know.
and I understand it totally because I feel kind of the same way too. It's like it's not like it was. We're out of time.
Yeah, well, the smartest thing probably to do, Bob, is to go ahead
I mean,
and
that's what I
not
feel.
use your main channel and just go ahead and use your brand accounts. And if they get taken down, they don't take down your entire account. You know what I'm saying? And our little friend, which I know because I contact a few people I know, has been very avid at
Hmm.
trying to take me down after I called somebody, this and that. And I'm like, it's not about that person. It's about what's coming down. So, you know, I mean, we gotta think about this real quick. I was listening to Dumb Money, which I don't know if you follow them or not, but they're kind of funny. They're three guys that invested and got rich, and they're wondering why people are buying appliances, kitchen stuff, appliances, and want to buy freezers and refrigerators, and you kind of think about it, and it's like, oh, maybe because people are storing food because they're known, and it's like my sister said, when I see air filters for my furnace, I buy them because I don't know if I'm going to get them again. That's the whole thing that we're
Hmm.
seeing right now. It's just common sense.
Makes common sense.
How you doing, Debbie?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Drop?
Oh, I'm just enjoying life. The chickens are great. I'm getting 2 eggs a day, or 2 or 3 a day out of 5 hens. So I'm doing okay. At
Yeah, I've
least
seen
they're
your
rich. They're
video.
large eggs.
Seen your videos. Very nice.
Yeah, and doing some microgreens and showing people that even if you harvest like stuff off, the supermarkets, you can save the seeds and grow microgreens off of them, which is what I've been
Okay.
doing.
Mm. I usually save all my seeds from the supermarket anyway. Organic. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Butternuts. If I had to grow butternuts in a greenhouse around here, they just don't go. Same thing with eggplants. So but I've been seeing a lot of things, and I'm seeing the Baltic dry index. Have you looked at that lately, Bob?
What's that?
Baltic dry index.
No.
Okay, pull it up and then look at the forecast for next year, and it will not surprise you.
Hey, Find Your Freedom. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Or
Oh,
yes,
I hear
yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Or I can just give you the link to my video and you can play the damn thing. I mean, it's either way
Okay,
you want to do it.
yeah, we'll play your video,
Um,
Jody.
yeah, it's on my Papa Smurf channel. Yeah, it's a play on words. Let me find it real quick for you and put it in the background, and it'll
Okay.
explain everything I'm talking about.
Okay. What's up, Freedom?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Where are you from?
Northeast. Northeast.
Everything all right there?
Yeah. Yeah, everything's alright. You said you're from New York, or?
Yeah, New York.
Yeah, I'm not too far actually, so. And I don't know, I don't know, it's COVID. So, like, what's your thought on the whole vaccines that are coming out? You think it's like, what's the agenda?
To kill you.
Yeah. See, me
Yeah, like,
being in natural health, and I've looked up the ingredients of these vaccines years ago, not just now, but over the years. And I'd like someone to point out one single ingredient in any vaccine that actually does benefit you.
Bob, you forgot to Google before you did that. Come on.
Yeah,
You got to Google first before you say that.
no, it's true. I mean, it's all toxic crap to me. I mean, I've researched the ingredients. Look it up. Every ingredient in any vaccine. Just look it up.
Did you research Dr. Gates, the one that did the vaccine in 1917 before he, injected like 3,700 troops before they sent them over to Europe in, 1918? Did you research that one? I haven't done that yet. I'm asking you.
No,
on
I
this question.
haven't, but I do know they vaccinate the crap out of soldiers as well.
Now, somebody said they had a map going to Dr. Gates, going to the Billy Goat, and as far as family history, but you never know. But it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Yep.
Another agenda, which I think like one thing that's overlooked with the vaccines is this. I don't know if you guys heard. Qantas Airlines in Australia, they're mandating it that if you want to fly in their airplanes, you need to have the vaccine. So I think it's also to set up some sort of like global ID system, which they can track who took the vaccine, who didn't. I mean, that's what the cover up is. They're saying it's for the vaccine, but in the end, it could be used for who knows, just an ID system. It could be used for.
Well, President Xi already said that he wants human tracking control on everybody in the world.
President who? President.
The guy that runs China.
Oh, she. Okay, President Xi.
Yeah, and that's obvious that's what they want to do. They want to tag and bag everybody like cattle.
Yeah, just have everyone just. They want to destroy, privacy and like individuality. Just
They
want
want to
everyone to be
destroy
a part of this.
They want to destroy your humanity.
They want to destroy everything. Everything.
Yeah, anything that's godlike, they want to destroy. That's all there is to it.
They'd be happy if it turned out looking like Mars, okay? That way they could re-terraform it just the way they like it.
You know where you got a
Crazy,
hint
right?
from that? You got a hint from that? If you ever watch Star Trek, you'll find out, okay, so this is what is it called? Where they're at that satellite thing, whatever, and they got Worf, the Klingon there, right? And they go back in history, and the Klingons look human-like, and they turn around at Worf, and so Worf says, they tell to Worf, well, how can you guys look like that back then, but you don't look like that now? Didn't they give you a warning? Because if you look at Star Trek, it's nothing but socialism. It's a one world government. It's nothing but control over your entire life, and you own nothing. The fourth industrial revolution. That's what it is. Look at it. It's right in front of your face, and they're showing you right in front of your face.
Well, you want equality, you're going to get equality. Everybody has nothing. How's that?
Yeah, just like
regardless of what you do.
They're fooling the
right.
and they're taunting us. Is what they're doing. See.
The Communist Manifesto is the blueprint for their New World Order. Literally, the same exact stuff they did to Russia in 1918 during the Bolshevik Revolution. They're doing it to the United States and Canada, Western Europe. We're all. This is their chance to make they want to make everything communist. To the point where you're just a slave. Everything belongs to the system. You don't have your freedom anymore.
Well, it's obvious that the brown shirts are BLM and Antifa. Okay,
yeah,
and
exactly.
It is Bolshevik revolution. They're burnables, and they will burn them in the end, and they will dispose of them like cannon fodder. Hello, Tinfoil Hat Orchestra. Good to see you.
Like Tinfoil said, we are equally screwed.
And they use people that's the other thing they want to do, just turn one group against the tribe, the ancient tribe, which has been in power for the last 2,000 years. They're just trying to turn one group against another. That's it. They'll use minorities.
Khazarian mafia, just say it.
Yeah, they are a mafia, the Jews. They are
Khazarian mafia, and they're not Jews, and they're not Judaic. They're not the Karaite Jews. They are the Khazarians, which are the ones that actually took on Judaism as a choice through their choice of Abrahamic religions.
Yes, I think they had a choice whether they wanted to convert to a monotheistic religion, and it's either Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. They picked Judaism, and Judaism being based on the
Okay.
Talmud.
Abrahamic religions are not monotheist. I'm sorry to tell you that, because they always have trigods. In a form of respect, just like the Egyptians did, they have 3 different deities. And you may say that it's one God or monolithic, but it's not, because you look at the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. 1, 2, 3, boom. You got 3 different gods in the Hindu religion. And it's not even Abrahamic. I mean, that same theology has been repeated over and over again throughout history in every religion you can think about.
What do you say? Are you saying the Trinity is? I mean, it's different in the other religions, like
I
like the
agree with
Egyptian.
Darlene.
Why do you think they call it the Trinity? 3.
It's 3 in 1. It's one God.
3 in 1 and one God, whatever, doesn't make a difference, because it's still the same thing with the Hindus, isn't it? I mean, do you think their gods are all separate? No. You look at the Egyptian gods, same thing.
I think Egyptian
I'm
gods
just-
are 3. Those are separate entities. Like it's like Zeus and Poseidon are separate. Same way with the Egyptians, like Horus, Isis.
There's
Ra.
always one supreme God, right? So that's 3 gods in one. Thank you. My point proven already. Right there, boom. There we go.
Those are 3 separate. Like in the Trinity, is that it's all one.
Okay, well,
Father's...
look at Odin. Look at Odin. I'm not gonna argue theology with you, but if you look at it, there's always one supreme God out of all 3 of them, right?
Well, it could be multiple. Like in the Greeks, it's like there's multiple. I mean, yeah, Zeus. I think Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades are the top.
Who's in charge?
Zeus is considered in charge.
Or Odin is in charge. 3 gods in one.
Okay, well, I think the Trinity is a totally separate concept, but we'll agree to disagree there. But
well, I'll accept your answer. I mean, because that's your opinion and that's your choice. But I'm just saying that in reality, when I look at it, objectively, I'm seeing the same thing. Okay, so that's all I'm gonna say.
okay, it's fair enough.
All right, let's share this. Oop. I got booted out of my StreamYard. How'd that happen? All right.
I don't think we're screwed either, Darlene. Nah. It's always the darkest before the dawn. Always.
I actually think that all 3 gods are the same gods, just different names. Honestly.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to get into that because everybody has their own belief, and we're not going to push a belief on someone else if they have a different one. You understand what I mean? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'm just logically
We're not going to
thinking
argue
about
over religion.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to either, because it's a dead end.
Yeah.
It really is.
Been there, done that too many times. Hey, Ella, how you doing? Good to see you. It's been a while. Wow. I am quietly sneaking in. Good to see you. It's been a long time. Wow. All right, what we got here? We have porch time, dark winter, the Baltic Dry Index. Okay, that's what you wanted me to look up. Let's see what we got here.
That's the one. November 30th, 2020. Well, I'm going to talk about the Baltic Dry Index. Now, why does that matter, Drop? Well, because you see this magic number right here, 1230? That's the threshold of where the world is getting enough supplies to meet the demands of raw materials. Coal, food like wheat. And they have three different classifications of this. It's called the capsize, Panamax, and the Supermax. Now the capsize is the largest, and they're about 150,000 tons. And the Panamax is between 60 and 70,000 tons, and the Supermax is between 48 and 60,000 tons. Now, the Baltic Dry Index takes into account 23 different shipping routes carrying coal, iron, ore, grains, and many other commodities. And whenever it dips below this 1230 mark, it means that the world's not getting enough supplies. Now, if we just briefly look over here, we can see the dip started right here on 18th of December 2019. And it continued until the middle of June 17, 2020. And it's been holding up for quite a bit, but now it's starting to drop off again over here on November 4th, 2020. Now, you're going to say, well, why do I care about the Baltic Dry Index? Because that's a telltale sign of how the economies are expected to go and where we're going to be at in 2021. The term dark winter comes from a lunar cycle that happens every 19 years. And the Israelis called it metonic, METONIC. Every 19 years, we have what's called a dark winter, which is a lunar cycle of the moon. And 2020 is kicking us into the dark winter. So, dark winter forecast for the movement of dry goods across the planet. As you can see right here, this is where we're at right now. Just barely. That's that little mark right there. We're just barely at 1230. That's what that mark is. Going further into the future in 2021, you can see it drops down to about 800. They're predicting it's not going to get above that line again for almost the whole year into October 2020, because you got to think about this level type of structure. So your end of the year actually ends in October. Most people that do corporate accounting or know anything about corporations as far as they cycle their financials, October is the cutoff month. So October, November, December starts the new year for companies. Not January like you count on your scale of January, February, March. Anyway, let's get off topic. The predictions is that the Baltic Dry Index is going to be below the threshold of this 1230 for most of the 2021. It means they're expecting a very poor economy, less demand for these products because of the economy. And when they're going to ship a lot less grain and other stuff, that means they're not going to be producing stuff. That's why people were stocking up food, buying extra freezers if they can find one. If they see some air filters for their furnace for their house, they're buying those without even thinking about it. They're buying home appliances and stuff for their kitchen because they're not sure if that stuff's going to be available next year. And this could be due to the, to the Karachi virus that's going on right now. So, if you want some insight into the actual workings of what the future looks like, the forecast model for the Baltic Dry Index is a perfect model to look at. And they even show you right here, the Baltic Dry Index declined 4.4% to 1227 in November, following a 25.6% slump in October due to lower rates for the capsize vessel segment. Now, what's the capsize? That's the biggest ships, 150,000 tons. The capsize index, which tracks iron ore and coal cargoes fell 18.8% from the month earlier to 1522, while the Panamax index, now the Panamax index is one of the three classifications, which carries 60 to 70,000 tons on a ship, which measures coal or grain cargoes, gained 10.7% to 1427. And you know why? Because somebody like China is getting a lot of food shipped to them after they got flooded out and the crops were ruined. The Supermax, which is 48,000 to 60,000 tons, climbed 7.7% to over a one-year high of 1022. Considering Monday, only the Baltic Dry Index was down 0.2%, snapping a 9-session rally amid both the capsize index down 0.7% and the Panamax down 0.1%. But what they're, and you can see right here what they're projecting. It's the stock prices of all this stuff that they ship through the Baltic Dry Index is down. Seeing wheat go down, you're seeing soybeans go down in price because they're shipping more of that stuff to China because China is out of food. They have to import a large amount of food this year. And what does that mean to you and me here in the United States, especially if we're a homesteader or prepper or whatever, just a concerned citizen? It means our prices are going to go up, while the availability of products like appliances and everything else is going to go down. So the price of food is going to go up, and your availability to buy products like freezers and stuff like that is going to continue to slide. Yes, it's going to be a dark winter, all right. It's going to be a dark winter for the economy, and a lot of these central banks, including the Federal Reserve, are just going to sit there and print money day and night to add liquidity to the markets, to keep the markets from collapsing, in the same process of devaluating the currencies across the planet because they're broke.
Oh, thumbs up.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
19-year
Hello.
is definitely going to be a dark winter.
It's a like
My 12-year-old had to get me in here. Imagine that.
that was a good.
Yeah, Mike, it's going to be a dark winter, that's for sure.
Was
How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing good, bro.
I got
I'm
your
glad
links.
you're doing
I
good.
got a bunch of them lined up now. Yeah.
You know, the biggest
I was
thing
hoping
Yeah, my
about
I was doing
Mike,
'12-year-old
you
had to
know?
get me in here, man.
you know, nobody's covering this stuff right now. They're busy talking about politics, you know.
Got it done. And it is what it is. Hell yeah.
You know, they're talking about the distraction is what I call it nowadays.
Exactly.
We know this distraction.
Exactly. They're distracted.
And what I tried to show there was the actual reality of what we're facing next year. So what
Which
did you
isn't
dig up,
far
Mike?
away.
Yeah, it's not far away, and nobody's covering this
Oh.
stuff. And I'm pretty sure Mike just threw some stuff in there. It's probably dynamite, right?
Yeah.
Down the hole. You went fishing out there, and you went fishing in Florida. Threw some dynamite in the lake or something.
Well, I used to fish every day, but
I hear you.
it ain't the same no more. It is what it is.
Yep.
Ain't no
Like I saw a
sunshine when she's
video
gone.
earlier.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Something like that, right?
This
Let
dude
the drip
had
drop.
Yeah, I can sing
coronavirus.
if I want to.
He self-isolated for his 2 weeks. He came out of
I'm actually
isolation all happy to go out back into the world and do everything. So he goes out, everything is closed. Everything he went out to go do was closed. so he ended up going back home anyway. It was kind of funny, really. It's not funny. Yeah, you're locked in for 2 weeks. You can't wait to get out. Then you go out and everything's closed.
Well, Bob, I really haven't noticed the difference except for I had to put a stupid mask on when I go into the store because I've lived my life that way anyway recently in the last 4 years. I go out, I
Yeah,
buy what I need real quick, and I come back home and I do all my home cooking. And I'll probably get a shout back from the Restaurant Association here in Spokane, Washington, but the restaurants here suck. So, I'm sorry. Their food's
right.
terrible. I mean, I cook much better.
Yeah,
And,
I agree.
Hell yeah. Can I get an amen?
Yep. The only time I grab a bite to eat is if I'm really hungry and I'm out. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I eat at home all the time, 99% of
yeah,
the time.
my daughter complains about the food sometimes. Says, "Okay, that little shack across the street, the only place to eat, because there is no fast food around here. I mean, you're looking at 400 people in this freaking town, right?" And I said, "Well, you don't like the food here. You can either, do a ramen noodle, cup of noodles, whatever, or something frozen out of the freezer, which isn't that much of anymore. Or you can go over there and buy. I'll give you some money to buy some food." She's like, "Never mind." Because even my worst food's better than fast food. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't had fast food.
Right.
Gosh. I haven't eaten fast
Oh, I'm a
food
great cook. I'm a great
5
catch.
years.
I just
The fast
don't
food is what's killing us.
I don't touch it.
I haven't eaten it in 5
Fast
years.
food sucks.
I haven't touched fast food except for maybe KFC for I won't eat at
Killing
McDonald's.
me.
I haven't eaten McDonald's for a decade.
Oh, hell no.
Yep.
I don't even know what they
Yeah,
serve
nah.
there anymore. I don't.
Over 5 years,
Right.
I ain't touched
Okay, I did
Laser
send one
printed
time.
nuggets.
manager
I
there.
did send, Bob. I
3D printed.
send. Okay, I was at Walmart
Can't touch it.
buying some supplies, and I bought some Burger King, and I was stuffing it down my face while I was driving down the road trying to get home before dark. And I realized it wasn't a burger; it was one of those incredible meat things or whatever. That thing made me sick for 2 weeks.
Ugh. God.
Yeah, I threw it out the window.
Who knows what was in it?
That's because we're
God.
growers. We grow a lot of our own, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do grow. I even grow indoors right now. I got all kinds of peppers. I got what do you call them? Something I can't identify. Some hot peppers, and I've got bell peppers, and I've got what do you call them? Canned peppers, sweet cherry peppers. I've got all those growing indoors in my indoor greenhouse, along with gourmet lettuce and cherry tomatoes and basil, and I've been dehydrating a lot of that. I just don't eat store-bought food that much anymore.
Homegrown food's always more fresh. Like I used to,
Not really. Not to the extent that you do it, but yeah.
I grew some cherry tomatoes, and wow, they were great. They taste so fresh. Like when you take them right out of the garden and put them on your plate, they taste.
Mm-hmm.
It's so juicy and it's great. It's great.
Yeah, fun and freedom. I actually do grow golden cherry tomatoes. They're a heirloom variety.
Mm-hmm.
I do grow rainbow cherry tomatoes in the garden, and I have a few of them inside the greenhouse. And also, the full-size tomatoes are a little bit harder to grow during the winter. So the cherry tomatoes are very easy to grow and put in your salads. And I do grow gourmet lettuce.
Natural. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and you can taste the difference. I have romaine lettuce growing right now.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see some gourmet lettuce?
Sure.
Yeah.
This is lettuce from like over a week ago before I got shut down. Kids' lunch. She had an Italian sandwich, and I looked at that lettuce. It looked so fake. I couldn't believe it. I took it off.
Oh my God,
And
you're
this is
pulling that
still it
lettuce up
from
again. You're making me sick, Bob.
probably 8,
Come
9,
on.
10 days ago.
Is it stretchy?
And
Check that.
a leaf would dry up, and you'd be able to crunch it into a powder. Am I correct?
Is
Yeah,
it
And this is
it's
and it's
stretchy?
kind of stretchy too. You can like
Oh my
You
stretch
can
the
God.
drink the
wood.
powder. I'm not gonna eat
Oh,
that. Okay, thank you. No.
you know
I have
what I mean?
I grow baby greens, Bob.
But
I grow baby
my
green,
point is, that's what you're
romaine.
feeding the
Yeah,
kids.
I know
Did
it's
it
sick.
soak?
maybe leaf spinach,
You know
Oh,
what I mean? The kids are
it
eating this
looks,
stuff.
it looks
And
like
It
this
poke
is
tastes.
only the
salad
lettuce.
in
What
it.
about the meat and then the bread and
Hello.
all the
oh
other crap
God.
that they're getting?
I think Debbie's having a heart attack. Debbie, you okay?
Yeah, thank God I cook my own
I can't
food.
hardly hear you. You're all the way in the background. They can't even hear you.
I think it's your mic, hon. Everybody else.
No, I hear everybody else fine.
Okay. Yeah, that makes me grateful. I cook my own food. What the heck?
Yeah, we got to go all natural.
God.
People that
Yeah,
don't grow their own food, they're missing. I just like I gotta tell people, if you're not growing your own food, you're missing out on like it's.
It takes a little effort to cook your own food, but let me tell you what, it's worth it.
It is worth
yeah. I
it.
grow it indoors during the winter when the snow
I
falls.
think Freedom's
Finding
talking.
freedom. Sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead. Drop. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I grow food indoors in an indoor greenhouse in the wintertime. I grow gourmet lettuce, butter crunch, ruby reds, romaine lettuce, and stuff like that, and all that kind of stuff for salads and everything else. And it goes into hamburgers, sandwiches, and everything else daily. I do
That's
not
why
buy anything from
I'm
the store.
darling. Oh, dang.
Smurford, that's lettuce.
It looks just like a grocery
That's like
bag.
10-day-old
Tell me that doesn't
lettuce.
look
And
like
it
a
looks like
grocery
that
bag.
You know, it's kind
Chinese
of stretchy.
fake plastic
That's a
lettuce
grocery
they
bag.
grew
Color
And when
this.
it was wet in the
in the
sandwich,
water
it
bowl.
really looked like plastic.
That's a plastic grocery bag.
Yeah,
Okay.
come on.
I think I'm going to
Right, it's
hurl.
probably
There you
made out
go.
of recycled crap. Cardboard,
It's
you
probably
know,
printed.
plastics.
You know,
Ain't
people
no
that
joke
Right.
on it.
That's one thing. And I mean, we've seen Chinese can make that plastic. They put a thin layer of plastic on their lettuce, right? Where you can peel the plastic off.
Yeah, they
No.
just pour it in the water and layer it, and yeah,
so unhealthy too. Like when you wrap something in
Eggs.
plastic, is like the plastic residue is going to stay on the food product. So really, you are eating. If you're eating something that's wrapped in plastic, you're eating remnants of. I can guarantee you, there's plastic remnants on that.
That looks just like a store plastic bag. You just colored it.
Yeah.
When Bob held that up like that, it looked just like a plastic bag from the store.
I can guarantee you right now that when my daughter eats an omelet in the
in my
morning, it's
greenhouse
from
set up now.
organic eggs, organic feed, everything.
Like free
I'm
roam
growing
is the
all
best.
I can't
You're
free
done.
roam because the hawks will get them, and
Ain't no
the coyotes will get them.
sunshine.
That's what it does to the digestive system. Plastic.
Well, my chickens have a coop cage around their coop, so they can run around that.
Really, Darlene? Wow. Flaming snowballs.
You know, like
Well, that's
the
'cause
commercial meat you get, like they inject so many hormones into these growth hormones in the
Man, I just ate
cattle.
barbecue ribs last night, and they were like rubber. Tasted like the sole of my shoe.
Oh,
I could not chew it, could not eat it. Ugh.
God, and
Yeah,
people,
next
the
year
North-
in spring, I'm going to get
No.
hogs. I'm going to start raising my own pork, and I'm going to raise some meat birds, or organic. So I'll be on that path. But as far as getting a cow, I only have an acre and a half, so that's a different story. But then again, I expect my dad to pass away. My mother passed away in October. Okay, so I only moved up here to take care of them. So once that's done, I'm moving back home to the South because I don't like Yankees. Sorry, Bob. You're okay as a Yankee, though, right? But I just don't like.
That's right.
I just don't like the people up here up in Spokane that much. Not really fond of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I had to get my 12-year-old son in here to get me on the boob tube to go live. What's up?
Don't feel bad. I still don't know how either. Don't
You
feel
know
bad.
what I'm saying?
Don't feel bad. You're not alone, okay?
But here I am.
Not alone.
Hell
You
yeah.
gotta have many people first, but yeah.
Much love, baby.
So do we have some links in the background? Because I don't see them to actually play.
Time of the sign.
Well, I thought you said you had some links to play.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of them.
Oh, okay. I thought Mike had them. So.
Oh no. Oh yeah, he put up a couple in the chat. He's a sky watcher. He does a lot of sky videos.
They're all non-copyright.
Okay,
Good.
Veridax played. Unfortunately, Spokane, the food at the casino sucks. I've been there. Okay, so just letting you know. And I don't know if I should say that
Ain't
word.
that a copyright?
Should I say that word, Bob?
Spokane has grown so much. It's huge.
I haven't really found any good restaurants in Spokane that, I cannot cook. So just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to drive through Spokane. Too scary.
Oh yeah, they're going nuts out here. I mean,
you
can see how people are triggered.
Every play there, Drop. I mean, it has grown so much in Spokane. It's like a Seattle.
Yeah, they've expanded north massively. South of it, they have not. It's just spread out south of it. I expect within a decade, the suburbs will be out here where I'm at, and I'll be gone because I'm out in the middle of nowhere right now. It takes 26 miles to drive to a fast food place. So if I want pizza or I want whatever, it ain't gonna happen unless I want to drive.
You didn't move.
Hell yeah.
Up.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. I don't do concrete cities very well, and not at all hardly.
Well, my biggest problem is I could go off grid if I want to, as far as the electricity. But as far as out here, if I tried to dig a well where the old well was, an artesian well, the farmers and the ranchers would surround me, and it would be Custer's last stand. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a place where I could actually get stuck on well water and be totally off grid. So it's just not a viable property in the future as far as that goes. Because basically I do not want to be subsistent to any part of any government or any locality where I have to.
Hell yeah. We do not consent.
Right.
Exactly.
Get her done.
I'm gonna pull consent as much as possible. Yeah. As far as what's going on, it's going to be a month, about 2 weeks of having fun, and we just need to hunker down and wait for everybody to clear the mud in the water in the pond, and not get too excited because we have little control over what's happening now. We do. Let them play their games. Let them do their stuff. In the end, I think they're going to screw us all. But, one way's going to screw us faster than the other way. So, in my opinion. But I still see it coming. The freight train's still coming. I'm still looking at the lights. And I still think we're going to get ran over by the train.
Yeah.
United we stand. Get her done.
That's right.
We get divided by the railroad tracks when they cut us up, right?
Yep. But still.
I know one thing. Meat's going to become very unattainable.
Shove it.
I think meat's going to be very unattainable, and I think that we need to grow our own. We need to start now. If you like meat, you better grow it, better raise it. I mean, if you like good food, you better have seeds and get prepped up now for that. If you're going to wait till spring to buy seeds, I think you're going to be screwed because honestly, I had to give seeds to my neighbors.
Hello.
No,
If
I
people
basically
are
had to give
not
seeds.
starting to prep,
Get them now.
if
Get
people
her done.
who never prepper before in their life, if they're not starting to prep now with things going on, they're totally insane. I mean, come on.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, you know, Bob.
All right.
When I was a kid growing up, we were preppers. My family was preppers before they even knew what the word was. I mean, you always had 2 years worth of food in the pantry, and you had dry goods, you had canned goods, and everything else. That's the way we lived our life. Because
Right.
if you were out in Montana and got snowed in, it may be 2 months before they cleared the roads. They didn't have the stuff to clear the roads like we do now. You know, right away. They didn't. They really didn't.
Same here.
And if you're upstate New York, same thing probably, right?
Yeah.
I was raised off grid. We grew our own crops and had our own chickens and all that good stuff.
Yeah, but Debbie, most of these people that listen to these channels and stuff like that, they have no idea what that means. You know, they've never had to raise any type of livestock, fowl, or anything else. They have no skills in husbandry, and they don't know.
We're the older generation. That's why. The younger generation, they don't know what it is.
Well, I'm not that old. I'm only in my
Trains
mid
can be
50s.
cheap, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. You know, I don't mean older per se. It's a metaphor. You get me, right?
Well, a lot of people in my generation, even then, were raised in big cities. They didn't raise any of their own food. You know, they didn't raise their own food. They didn't. They haven't raised any livestock at all. They, at least I had some practice raising some animals. Like pigeons. I raised show pigeons when I was a kid. It's about the same thing as raising chickens.
Yeah, we had chickens. We had guinea fowl.
Mm.
We had all kinds of deer, all kinds of goodies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how many people went hunting when they were 14 years old and got their first deer, or learn how to dress a deer, or how to cut it up without sending it to the process shop to be butchered, and the meat sent back to you.
That's one thing
Not many.
I used to do.
Well, I've done that since I was a kid.
Yeah, but I couldn't go that far even when I was a kid. They always made fun of me, but I couldn't do it. Not even a fish. Okay, I could catch it and everything, but the blood, nah.
Well, you just kill a fish and then you fillet it. I mean,
check this out.
Okay.
Because I felt sorry for it. I don't know.
Second. Well, it's up to girl. How you doing? This is from Buried Axe Blade. Second wave is coming to town. It knows when you're sleeping. It knows better than not pout, huh? Anyway, it says it's for, I guess this is at his job. It says stay in position at least 6 feet away from the door associate. Offer customers a mask that do not already have one. You may only do this. You cannot retrieve or clean carts. If you need a break, call for coverage. Wear a communicator and do not leave your assigned post.
Hello.
Yeah, let's check it out. Can't read. Let me stop it. Do you have your communicator? If not, go pick your assigned communicator from cabinet according to your position. This is not an option. It is part of a dress code and must be worn while on the clock. Keep your phones and accessories put away while on the clock. In accordance with NC law, your face mask must cover your mouth and nose at all times.
Get this snot
While
out of here.
something failure to commit result in heavy fines and potential business closure. Wow. Unbelievable.
The thing about
I,
masks.
I won't go in. I refuse.
Yeah.
Think
That's his job.
people don't think about think
That's what I was
about
gonna say.
one thing I want to say about masks is if you're wearing a mask, you're literally making that rag is becoming infested with bacteria. So really,
Yeah.
I mean, some people say that by wearing masks all the time and reusing them, you're making.
I don't think I'd be able to work there. I really didn't. No. And if they actually made you do it, I don't think I'd be able to work at some place like that.
Oh, they're gonna make us do the get the temperature check.
Yeah, just put a comment in there. That's not going to be very popular.
So there's two people.
Yeah, if they do temperature check,
Doing
have
it,
them
Bob.
do it on your fist, not your
I
forehead.
could do it by myself.
Mainstream media can kiss my ass.
Crazy. Yeehaw! Cherishes me love.
That's
Oh
crazy.
my God!
There's no reason why they need to be pointing that thing at your head. They can do it on your wrist.
Here's another short one. That's just coming to work areas, I guess, huh? New York City pub declares itself autonomous zone after government tried to shut it down. But yeah, I mean that vaccines may not become mandatory, but you just won't be able to go outside your door.
What's up with this?
Can't go
Yeah,
shopping.
yeah.
Can't go to movies.
We'll just have to hold you down, Bob, and give it to you, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
Good luck.
they're going to
have
take the
fun
vaccines,
trying.
and there'll be 40%
What's
of the
up with this
population.
stimulus taking months and months to come? You know?
Issue when they come to my door.
They'll
Hello.
get 40% of the people in this country to actually take the
They
vaccine.
postpone it, you know, they wait
then you'll
till
see
everybody loses their houses and they're evicted. And, you know, come on, man.
Yeah,
Well,
take
that's going
advantage.
to happen in January anyway. You know that. Because the first thing you're going to see is a bunch of renters thrown out on the street.
They can't. What if you have health
I'm
risk
sorry.
and cannot wear the mask? Okay, they can't do that. There are people that cannot wear them. Medical.
Put a diaper on your face. Mask.
No, they're not going to tell
My
me.
point is, people, is that there's a lot of renters that have not got their rent paid up. Okay? Those are going to be the first homeless to hit the street. Then there's going to be people that can be foreclosed on that can't pay their mortgages. Fortunately, I'm not in that situation because I own everything I have. So I'll pay for it.
They're waiting until everybody gets evicted and loses their homes. And that's what they want. They want everybody in the streets fighting
Mike,
against each other.
you're correct. Because they'll say, guess what? If you sign this piece of paper and give everything over to the government and take your vaccine, we'll set you up and we'll forgive all your debts and get you another place to live.
Yep.
And then they will take those people and turn around and shame you everywhere you go because you did the right thing. Then they will demand vaccines.
let them demand. I don't care. Don't
Calico
offend me.
Dawn.
I don't care what they do.
Calico Dawn saying they're giving out
No.
fines in the grocery store in our city of $30K. Wow.
Yeah, but if you take them to court on those fines, they're unconstitutional in the first place, so they just throw them out. But how many people will
Right.
fight it? They'll just pay it.
Most people don't even know the Constitution.
Right.
They don't even
Well-
know that's one of the amendments.
I agree, Calico Don.
What's the Constitution again? I can't remember.
We have
Bill of
been bought
Rights.
out by China. Taken over. Well,
Well, we've
I
been
wouldn't say
we've
that
been-
we're bought out. I'd say more like we've been sold out.
We're getting ripped off, like, a communist
To a little
nation.
bit of everybody.
A communist nation is ripping off Uncle Sam. That's what's going on.
well, we're actually too much of a problem. The upper higher serfs are actually a problem to the lower, to the people who own the castles and the moats, and they want to bring back into control. So they have to make everybody poor and make us without property again, because they made a mistake of giving us property. They made a mistake of giving us the internet to talk and to communicate.
He's some biscuits.
I mean, they're slowly trying to take it away. I mean, look what's happened to YouTube in the past. I mean, the thing that ruined YouTube was when they changed the search algorithms, which made it harder to search for conspiracy-related material per se. Like, say this occurred in 2017. That was like the death of the truth movement on YouTube.
And yet every
How about this
conspiracy
one?
theory just
Dropping
about
1,200.
2017, I'd say around after Trump got
1,200.
elected. Take COVID.
well, if you think about it,
Often
When you had to
volunteers,
start-
1,200 to take the COVID.
1,200 fools.
Where are they going to get that money from? Just print out more money and give it to like what they did to Germany after World War One.
Taxpayers.
Well, I just said it in my video. They're going to print more money for liquidity.
Eventually, eventually what will happen is a wheelbarrow worth of dollars is going to be worthless. You can't even buy a carton of milk with that.
It already is. They just haven't been realized yet.
Yeah, people don't see it. People don't realize it, but there was a time when if you wanted to buy a gallon of milk from the grocery store, it was only like a dime, but now it's like $5, and people don't realize that inflation is real, and you may not see it, but over the years it does happen, and what you don't realize, the money you earn is becoming more and more worthless as the time goes
Well,
on.
if the government didn't subsidize dairies right now, your gallon of milk could be over $10 a gallon.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be that high.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Is
Calico
that
Dawn's got a point here. If you want to just read it real quick. I mean, she goes, I'm taking time enjoying my life where I am, Bob. I suggest everyone make the time we have by living life unplugged. Stop the fear by disengaged tactic, just walking away from the narrative. You do have to make the best of the time right now. I agree with that, but we do have to keep up to date with everything. And like I said earlier, no fear mongering here. We're just keeping each other updated on our current situation, and I think it's good to be informed.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sell any fear. What I'm trying to do is sell self-empowerment. Get out there and start growing food, raise your own livestock, and,
saying you gotta
take control of your
You
life.
gotta take right.
And when
But
you
a lot
have
of people probably are just
Go on.
like 24 hours a day just watching these videos of the fear. You know what I mean? you got to take a step away from it a little bit, and start taking care of things.
Yeah, I'm hoping
you
they
know,
watch videos
gotta
on
take
how
care
to
of
do
yourself.
things, and how to make things,
Prep.
and actually how to, like do microgreens. I've been doing that for, this week now.
And when the time comes, if you need to take a stand, take a stand. I mean, just if they're gonna go for a gun grab, tell them, nope, I'm not. You're not taking my weapons away. My guns.
I lost them all in a boating accident, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, they just fell right in the water, and I can't find them anywhere.
Yeah, tell them. Say that. I mean, just tell them that, and that. Because
I think about a gun grab. I think about a gun grab.
How?
When you come to my door with a gun, I'm gonna grab it. It's mine. Everything you got. Because I'm gonna grab your gun and take everything you got when you come to my door. Oh, you're from the government. You're here to help. You're gonna inject me with a vaccine. You got 2 soldiers with you. Why don't you bring 12? Because 2 are not enough. I can take their guns and kick them out the door, down the ditch. Then I'll have some guns and ammo.
Yeah, technically yes.
Anyways, I'm gonna get off tonight, Bob, and you all have a great night and everything else, and just rock on. And people need to grow their own food. They need to raise their own livestock. They need to get their stuff together, and they get their preps together. And we can preach this as long as we want to. And you can see what I just showed you in the Baltic Dry Index of how the future is going to look in 2021. That's what they predict. If they predict something, that's what they're going to do to us. It's in the cards. You see it.
Mm.
And with that, a good night, everybody, and thank you for having me on the panel, Bob.
Good night, Drop.
You take care, and thank you also.
Good night, man.
Yep. Have a good one. And we lost Mike, so I'll drop the link again.
I mean, that's what's coming. I really feel like in this next president, we're gonna see like another big attempt for a gun grab. Like, it already happened in Canada, and just this year it happened in Canada with in Nova Scotia. After that,
Every time there's some kind of they're always after the guns.
Always. That's their main, because there's a reason. If you look at our Constitution, the First Amendment is protecting freedom of speech and freedom of religion. Second Amendment is you're protecting the right to bear arms. So why is that the Second Amendment? Why did they make that the second one? It's because that's what it was. The idea was that that to prevent a government from becoming a tyrannical organization, the people have the right to defend themselves, form a militia, and be able to stand up to a tyrannical government. That's why That's why it's the Second Amendment in the Constitution.
I suggest we just keep pushing. Just keep
on, keep
thinking positive and
push it.
Well, our loyalty is not to the president or the Congress. Our loyalty is to the Constitution. That's where our loyalty stands.
Hello.
All right, let's check this one out. We got New York City pub declares itself autonomous. Autonomous.
Oh my God.
This is Top 7, and we have a bit of a twist on things here. As in NYC, we have an individual that has said, "I've had enough of all the lockdowns and the crushing of my business." And this man says, "I'm not going to listen to what they're saying," and we have become an autonomous zone. So in this bit, this pub had its liquor license yanked due to them breaking the rules, apparently, from whatever they put in place in this area. This bar is called Mac in Staten Island, and they say that they refuse to abide by any rules or any regulations that are going to be put forth by the mayor of NYC and the governor of NY State. So they also went ahead and painted a autonomous zone on the sidewalk outside of the bar, and they put signs in the windows claiming that as of November 20th, 2020, they declare that that establishment is an autonomous zone. We have seen other businesses have police roll up on them. We saw a barbecue place. We've witnessed all the drama up there in Toronto. There was in Ohio, it was a Frisch's Big Boy that they rolled up on, and they've been fining left and right. Frisch's has dropped them, said they cannot use the name. So now they've taken up just like a family restaurant name. And this is what is happening to businesses across the country. And the co-owner here of this place is saying that they're okay with everything that's going on because they're not paying for anything. They're saying that they're issuing them $1,000 fines, and they keep coming back. He says, but we're still here. He says, we're not letting them in. So where is all this going to go from here? We're going to have to wait and see, but people are standing their ground and making statements just like this, and we will see how long they make the stand or if de Blasio sends their goons down here to confront them. I'll update on the next live stream, so make sure to join me Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Only on D Live.
Much love.
Yeah. Hey, 95, how you doing? I didn't see you sneak in. How you doing tonight? I'll drop the link to that in the chat. What's going on?
Yes, they do. They love their loosh. They don't care if it's good loosh. They don't care if it's bad loosh. They'll take it.
Does anyone have any thoughts on the assassination of the Iranian nuclear scientist? Any thoughts on that? Anyone?
They really don't like the good.
Just another reason to bring us closer to war.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Part of the agenda.
I think that's what they want. You know, it's like remember Wesley Clark said in 2007 the plan was. He said in 2001 after 9/11 the plan was to go after 7 countries in 5 years. It was Iraq, Afghanistan. I think it was like it was like Lebanon, Syria, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, and then the last one was Iran. So. Yeah, and you know, like you know, it's like one thing that's interesting about all the countries that go to war with, they always like before he went to war with Iraq, it was in 2000, I believe. Saddam Hussein wanted to dump the petrodollar and start trading oil in euros, and that was a direct threat to the petrodollar monopoly. So, 2003, we went to war with Iraq. I think Libya was the same thing. I think Gaddafi wanted to establish a gold-backed currency to sell oil in. 2009 and 2011, Gaddafi was taken out by NATO.
All of them were false. Well, parts of the agenda just to bring us to where we're at,
Yeah, it's also demoralized the American public.
Script.
Also, just like I mean, we've been in both Afghanistan and Iraq for Afghanistan since 2001, Iraq 2003. It's just to demoralize the public too. Just have you guys ever seen that movie 1984? Anyone? They haven't seen that movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like in the movie, like there's this endless there's this endless war going on in Asia, which they keep on reporting about, and that's the same thing here
Yeah.
now. They just want this war to keep on going and going and going and going. It just goes to no end, just demoralize the public, make everyone feel hopeless, so nothing can be done. Which is
Ugh.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for that, Radical Me. How you doing tonight?
Catsman, you get out by NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Smoke them if you got them.
I got it. I'm on it.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only thing
Catsmell, you are correct. It was the CIA who initially started funding the revolution in
Makes it
Libya.
all
That is
better.
correct.
Makes it all better.
Mossad.
All right, check this out. I don't know if you saw this already or not, but
Getting ready to cough, pass.
me too.
Trying to hope.
Hello, everyone. Two Secret 2020 here, sending out much love to everyone. What's this here? Vaccine. From the National Herald. No need for vaccines. Says former Vice President of Pfizer. The pandemic is effectively over and can easily be handled by a properly functioning NHS. Accordingly, the country should immediately be permitted to get back to normal life, says the former Vice President of Pfizer. While Pfizer Pharmaceutical had made headlines on the release of their coronavirus vaccine, a former vice president and chief scientist of the company, Dr. Michael has said that there is no need for any vaccines to bring the COVID-19 pandemic to an end.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, according to an article published in Lockdown Skeptics, Dr. Michael Yeadon wrote, there is absolutely no need for vaccines to extinguish the pandemic. I've never heard such nonsense about vaccines. You do not vaccinate people who aren't at risk from a disease. You also don't set about planning to vaccinate millions of fit and healthy people with a vaccine that hasn't been extensively tested on human subjects. His comments come at the end of a comprehensive criticism of the Scientific Advisor Group of Emergency, SAGE, a government agency of the UK tasked with advising the central government in emergencies. SAGE has played an important role in determining public policies in the UK as a response to the COVID-19 virus. Highlight fundamental errors by SAGE in their presuppositions, which cause their overall conclusions to go radically or lead into the return of the population for at least 7 months or so. SAG says everyone was susceptible and only 7% affected. I think this is literally unbelievable. All precedent in the field of immunological memory against
Wow.
respiratory
Woo.
diseases. They have either not seen or disregarded excellent quality work from numerous world-leading clinical immunologists, which show around 30% of the population had prior
Everything's
immunity.
better.
They also have excluded from
Woo.
susceptible a large subset
Lord.
of the youngest children who appear not, probably because they're
Yeah, they're getting scared. That's why they're pushing so hard. They more or less, put themselves in a corner.
they're push but they flip back and forth. You know what I mean? They
Yeah, I
flip back
know.
and forth and everything. One
I know.
one day Fauci says you don't need to wear a mask. Wearing a mask is not good for you. Then the next week he's saying you gotta have the mask.
What?
You know what
Well,
I
isn't
mean?
that isn't that what isn't that how a liar acts? I mean, when they're caught in a corner, they're double stepping
Yeah.
and double
And
talking.
this
I
is
mean, every liar has the same pattern.
this was the
I,
vice president of the Pfizer vaccine
No
saying
mask,
this that we don't need. You know what I mean?
no
I mean,
vax,
come on.
no problem.
Good evening, Bob.
How you doing,
one at a
Shanna?
time.
Good to
Welcome.
see you,
Good to see
man.
you
I haven't
again.
seen you in a while.
Hello.
Yep.
What's
Been a
up, Mike, Debbie? Good to see you guys.
You
Good
too,
to see
hon.
you, Shannon.
they like shutting me down.
Yeah, I know, man. That's what happens when you talk about stuff they don't like.
Yeah, and I don't play that game with those code words and stuff. I'm just say it straight out. That's my problem. I don't know.
Hey,
Hey, Rock.
I had a
How you doing,
question
Rock
for you,
Uncle?
Bob.
Good to see you.
Y'all were
What's
talking
that?
about the lockdowns again in Canada earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a link for that you could drop in the chat?
Exactly, blind straight.
If you do, that would be great. Because a
Which
friend of
one?
mine, a link to the articles about Canada going back down on another lockdown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, being high. Only thing.
There was an article you were talking about, I think.
Yeah. They're supposed to be locked down until June.
That's insane.
Right. That is insane.
Right. From like you said, I think December the 2nd till June. Wow. Or sometime in December it starts. I think you said.
This isn't the one I saw before, but it's another one. This Ontario extends state of emergency until June 30 after reports 446 new COVID-19 cases.
Oh, boy.
That's just insane.
Yeah,
This
a
part
state
of
of emergency, which is not different words for martial law, right?
Yes.
State of emergency, martial law was first declared in Ontario on March 17th. The Ontario legislature has now extended it to another 28 days. Huh?
Well, I don't know if you're able to post in the chat the link, but that'd be awesome.
I haven't figured out how to
Yeah,
do
this
it
isn't the
yet.
one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been MIA for a while, Bob.
It's okay.
It's all good.
I'll have to find that. Hold on.
You know, sometimes it's just nice to step back for a while.
Oh, you haven't been
Yes,
doing
it
anything
is.
either?
It is.
I've made a few videos and stuff, but not much. You know, more community posts, just stuff I'm
Mhm.
doing. I've been busy. I got some chickens, and I made me a rocket stove, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, I made me one too. You never know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I cooked supper on mine last night, and it was like the best steak I've ever had.
Yeah. You could make it to where they have an oven, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I need to I'm totally thinking about how I could do modifications on it and do that. That'd be really
Mhm.
cool. Because most of the ones you see on YouTube, they're just the simple, simple stove, rocket stove. But you could totally add on some bricks to the side of that and make you a little, you could totally do that. Make you a little oven.
Get her done.
Get her done.
Mhm.
And hello to everybody in chat, you guys. Sorry, I don't always watch the chat. I get distracted when I do. I can't focus on listening to you guys, and what you're showing, Bob.
Much love.
You're much love to everybody.
Mhm.
It's all good in the neighborhood.
Sounded like you were dying a while ago, coughing, my friend. I was like, "Are you okay?" But I couldn't talk when I was like that I've been like that for a couple months, and then I started taking this different stuff. And my cough is almost gone.
No, I've been having lung problems for a long, long time. Long time.
Yeah, I kind of have too. Planet X Watcher. Yes, I put it on my channel. I didn't show me building it, but I did put it on there. And thank you very much, Rock Uncle.
Yeah. Yeah, explain. I know Media Bear. I've been on their live streams. They're starting to do live streams now.
Oh,
Yeah, they got some awesome
up you
songs.
guys.
I haven't been around to hardly anybody's channel in a while. I just recently started going back and checking people out and seeing what's going on. Sometimes you gotta take a break, right, Bob?
Yep.
Even if it's forced. Yours was forced. That sucked. I'm not laughing because of this play. I'm laughing because this bullshit.
Yep.
Rock Uncle said, I was amazing once or twice. You were amazing your whole life, my friend. Free from doctrine. You know what? That's cool that you quit your job. Maybe that's what you needed to do. Getting to spend time with the family. thanks for sharing that link, Bob, because I have a friend that needs that link because they don't have. I really don't know how to explain it. I don't need to, but they need to know that. Crazy times we're living in.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Yes, it is.
I'm all about cray cray now. That's an understatement. Okay.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. Keep your eyes open.
Yeah, head on a swivel for sure.
Yep. Eyes and ears open. And stay positive.
That is very important.
It is.
Everybody's like trying to focus on like the bad stuff. You know what? The bad stuff's been around since the beginning of time. There's nothing new under the sun. And yeah, shit may be fixing to hit the fan, but you still got to live your life and be positive, like you said, because if you just focus on negative, you're going to make yourself sick.
Well, just be aware, but stay positive.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with being aware. That's being smart. Just
Yeah.
don't absorb the negative. Just stay positive, but just be aware.
I totally agree.
That way, you stay balanced and it doesn't affect you. You ain't wobbling. You're not wobbling all over the place.
Did Mike get bumped? Mike, you may have lost your
Yeah.
signal for a second. Toby, he dropped the link up in the chat. I think. Didn't I know I saw you drop the link, didn't I, Bob? To that
No, that wasn't the one. I'm looking
Oh,
for
it
it
wasn't.
now. Right.
You totally have to be aware. Just don't let it affect you.
What's up, Blind Straight and Debbie White from Texas? I got a fellow Texas girl here. Yeah, Blind Straight. I saw a guy going down the road the other day. It's been a while back, a couple months ago, and he was on a motorcycle, no helmet, and had a mask on, like a blue mask. I was like, "Are you serious?" I'm not saying you have to wear a helmet on a motorcycle, you guys, because my son does not. But I'm just saying if you're not scared of your head getting hurt, why are you wearing a mask?
Oh, yeah.
It's like really.
I always wore one.
Well, growing up as a kid, I really did never wear one, but as a kid, we didn't wear seatbelts either.
Yeah, but a motorcycle is different. Okay, things only have two wheels. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I know, but the thing about motorcycles is because of how like a gyroscope works, they want to stand up when the wheels are moving. If they start off moving straight up and down, they want to stay straight up and down. It's pretty cool.
They do. They do. Yeah.
I don't like riding a motorcycle though, by the way. I'm just saying. I'm not that scared of it. I don't even like wearing seatbelts though, but I do because I don't want to get a ticket. I'd rather be thrown from my vehicle than crushed in it.
Really?
That's a whole different conversation though. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Camel Rose. Rock Uncle said he'd rather ride a motorcycle than a rocket stove. Yeah, don't be riding a rocket stove. You're going to
My
get some
old
toasted
silver.
buns that way.
Debbie's asking anyone see the Sebastian Gorkas interview with Flint earlier today. I haven't, no.
Yeah, same here, Giggles. I'll never wear a face diaper.
They can't make me. Okay? No. It will be a scene like they've never seen, okay? Ain't never.
Same here.
It will not be pretty. I am not the shy type, okay? Yeah.
Hey, Angel, how you doing? Good to see you.
Oh, well, Bob, I just caught you at the last end of my evening. You know, I'm an after card, and I really just wanted to get that link from you. And sorry, that I can't stay.
Yeah, I didn't find it either. I saw a video earlier, but I wasn't looking for the video. I was looking for the actual article. Maybe
Yeah,
just
I
type in
wanted
on
to. I
YouTube.
really would like to have the article. What did you type in to find it?
I didn't. It was in one of my feeds. I saw.
Oh.
I didn't get into it. I had too many things going on. So
Oh,
it's in there
gotcha.
somewhere. Probably like I could scroll like through 1,000 things to find it.
Well, I'll go back through the comments if you do find it, if you feel like it, if you post
Yeah.
it here, or maybe you can post it in the comments later. Like
Yep.
later. That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
You take care there. Stay out of
Yeah, I'm
trouble.
sorry, man. I just popped in.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Past your bedtime already. What are you doing?
I know. I gotta work in the morning.
No, it's good to have you stop in, no doubt.
Yeah, it's good to see all you guys. Yeah, thanks for letting me come up for a bit.
Anytime, you know that.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you, Bob. Yeah, I mean, dude, we go back a while.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Long while. We're still here. Barely. At least
All
I am.
right. Well, I
Barely.
love you guys. Hey, you're here. That's all that matters.
Yep.
And
You have a good night.
I can't see your name. What was it, Debbie?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know you, so it was really nice meeting you.
Yeah, hon. It's nice talking to you too.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
You too,
All right,
hon.
take care.
Bye.
Much love, Shanna.
Oh, dropped my diamond.
I heard that.
Almost hit my toe, man. It would have hurt.
All right, Mike, here's the link again. What happened?
Who, me?
No, Mike, you must have got booted. But I got another quick video here. Some cabin talk. Why can't I get rid of that? You take care, Shanna. Yeah, Plato's. Hey, Plato's, how you doing? So, ain't it funny going to the bank where masks are required?
Yeah. Everything's like all backwards.
A year ago it was illegal. just get rid of this.
Yep.
Welcome back, Mike.
Woo woo.
Whoop,
Hello.
whoop. All right, I think your
Everybody
video is next. After this one, we got all over the world. I'm not sure what this is. I haven't seen it, but it was a link that was dropped. What's that?
Is there anybody
Velcro
home?
mask. Is there anybody in there?
Just not if you can hear me.
Yeah, I
Yo.
sing that song all day too today. It's one of my favorite songs. I was feeling in a Pink Floyd mood.
Should come up with some lyrics for that. For Media Bear. All right, let's check this out. All over the world.
Cabin, and I wanted to come on because I just got a chance to watch Del Bigtree's last show, The High Wire, that was done on Thanksgiving, and I hadn't had a chance yet to watch it. It is extremely informative. It's really wonderful. It's worth watching the whole hour, 40 minutes. But I wanted to play you a little segment of it that I just absolutely loved. And I want to tell you, I met Del Bigtree a few times. He is one of the most forthright people that I've ever met. I mean, the man cannot be so passionate and get teared up himself. It is really quite extraordinary, and I think he's a very very sincere person. But I wanted to show you this, which is the last segment on the High Wire, and here we go.
A lot of people, a lot of you out there have been sharing the High Wire. Thank you very much. The discussions we've been having. This poll came out in August, exclusive. 2/3 of Americans
Not
say they
yet.
won't get COVID-19
I
vaccine.
got a little too
when it's
much,
first
but
available. USA Today Suffolk poll shows. The WHO was right. We make more sense to the world. You can't rush a vaccine that killed animals in animal trials. Avoid proving that you've immune enhancement, which Dr. Peter Hotez is really worried about. And he was telling us this thing's going to take at least 18 months, if not longer. But surprise, surprise, we're just weeks away. And we're all going to sit on the sidelines?
No.
I don't think so.
Wait.
And most people are now recognizing I can't trust the FDA. I can't trust the CDC. And what does that mean? We're winning. Not that I want to see the FDA and the CDC failing and lying to us, but that we're winning because in the future we have to recognize the FDA and the CDC better start working for us, or we are going to take them down. This is not safe.
Yeah.
This is not the way it should be done. Everything that we've shown you, everything that we've investigated, all the lawsuits that we have won have gotten us to this point. It's on us. It's dependent upon us to make the difference now in this world.
makes me
It's
cry.
not going to be one single president, one single prime minister stepping up and helping us all while we sit on our couches and wait for things to be made safe. We've got to get together like we are in Michigan, in states all around the country, standing side by side. Where once there was only a handful of us. Years ago, I was showing up to 20 or 50 people outside of a Capitol, and now thousands of people are beginning to march and stand up and say, no, we must be heard. We must have a choice. Our body, our choice. Where there is there must be choice. Not farm animals. We cannot forcibly inject them with products we don't have any control over. And when people used to stand up and fight for freedom and liberty, they're now recognizing that the first place that that's going to be removed from them is determined by the vaccine program. And this story, this fight is spreading across the world in Germany, Argentina, Spain, Brazil. We're watching millions of people around the world standing up for freedom.
I've seen
And
this
when we think
crap
about
since I was
our
a year
brothers
old.
and sisters
Come on, y'all.
planet are doing together, standing
Wake up.
together, we must recognize that this is a time to see that we truly are blessed, that we are not alone, that we are now covering the planet with the truth. We are the shining lights of the future of every country in this world. This all had to happen. We needed to be brought to this point so that we could evolve into a better world. That is the vision that the High Wire has been working for from the very beginning. That is what the Informed Consent Action Network is trying to achieve. We
United we stand,
want to end man-made
divided we fall.
diseases caused by greed,
Come on, y'all. Come together
agriculture, and now in the United
right
States of America,
now.
it's been a very contentious.
Over
One
heat.
thing can be known: half the country in the United States of America, 50% of us, stand together now. I believe this is the case around the world wherever you are watching. We are not alone. We are not the tens. We are not the hundreds. We are not the tens of thousands. We are the millions of freedom seekers.
You're an army of ants, ready to sting, waiting for the signal. Come on,
Continued effort
get it
to
done.
bring about evolution, our future, for our children and beyond. God bless you. God bless your family today. God bless the United States of America. And God bless every nation in the world. We're in this together.
Amen.
And we will.
Whew. That was intense, wasn't it, guys? I just love it. And he is absolutely right. We are millions, millions in the streets. This coming Saturday,
Can I
there
get
are
a hell yeah?
protests planned in 4 major cities. People are out there every weekend. It's just that the mainstream media will never report on that. And if they do report anything, like in Germany, they report that a few thousand Nazis were wreaking havoc when in reality it's families, it's normal people, it's people with their kids fighting for their kids. And that is happening all over the world. And we can see it in video clips like that, in movies like that. I share it regularly as well. And that is what we need. We need to be millions, and we are. We are at the tipping point. We are way past the tipping point, which is why they're trying to rush everything out like crazy. Because they know
Time
they
to
are
rise
losing
and
their
shine.
footing. They know they don't have the people anymore. They know that
Mhm.
people are now waking up in droves at a speed that is uncanny, that is never been happened in the history of the world. People are waking up so fast. And you are one of them. And you are one of them that helps waking everybody up. And I'm so, so, so grateful for my tribe. And I love you all dearly. And I hope you spread this message of hope and this message of change. And it's not
Amen.
the hope change
Can I get a
rhetoric that we need,
hallelujah?
true hope and is true change on a global scale that we desperately need and that we are getting now. And we are creating a beautiful world, not a world of control, but a world of
Frequency
love.
and
And that is the
harmony.
world that I want to live in. I know you will be part of that. Thanks so much. Good night.
Yeah, they're in panic mode. They're back. They're getting back. They put back themselves in a corner, and now they're in panic mode. That's why everything's so chaotic.
Well, I hope that's the case. All these people standing up and waking up.
It
I don't
is.
see it around me.
It's
I'm
going
gonna
on
drop the link
there.
to that in the chat right now. I don't
I
remember who gave me that
gave
link, but
you the
thank you. Appreciate it. Uh oh, we lost someone.
hello. Is there anybody home?
I'm here.
Sure.
I'm just gonna drop that
What's
link real
up?
quick. All right, here's the link to the video I just played.
No.
Thanks for dropping the link for me. Appreciate it. Yeah, same here, Darlene. Planet X. What? Snowing? Yep. I heard that was one of the cures. Turn off the TV.
It's like hypnovision.
Camera.
Hypnovision.
See, everybody's saying the same thing. Everyone still blind. Everyone here is blind.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be here. Gonna talk to those boys.
Just a matter of time. Tick tock, tick tock.
Yep. All right. Oh, I got a few. And I don't remember who dropped this link. Sorry, but thank you. We got Israel used remote control gun to kill top scientists, Iran says.
We are getting a good look at some of the challenges that Joe Biden will face when he takes office. In the Middle East, Iran's leaders are seething over the assassination of the country's top nuclear scientist, and ISIS may be planning a comeback. CBS's Holly Williams reports tonight from Erbil in northern Iraq.
The alleged mastermind of Iran's nuclear weapons program, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, was buried with full military honors today. He was ambushed with a remote-controlled machine gun mounted on a car that later blew up, according to Iranian media reports. Iran's president blamed Israel for the killing on Saturday and vowed retribution in due time. It's just one of the problems that President-elect Biden will inherit in this unstable part of the world. This month, the Pentagon announced that U.S. troops in Iraq would be cut by 500 just before Biden takes office, a move critics say could give a boost to militia groups backed by Iran that have fired scores of rockets at U.S. targets this year alone. At this command center for airstrikes in Baghdad, a place the U.S. military calls the Shark Tank, General Ryan Rideout told us that constant surveillance is also needed to stop ISIS from regrouping.
If you stop patrolling, stop going out, you potentially could have a comeback.
It's thought that thousands of the extremists are still at large. In Syria, we went on patrol with the 80th Airborne Division. They're working to stop ISIS regaining control of lucrative oil facilities like this one.
We're not able to move around. That means ISIS can. That means ISIS is in with the population and they're influencing them.
But after President Trump opened the door to an incursion by Turkey into Syria last year,
Some people in Syria told us off camera they're now finding it harder to trust the US. Nora.
Holly Williams in Erbil tonight. Thank
Imagine
you.
that. Hello.
Yep.
Yep.
What?
Woo, woo.
What's this? What we got here? Go from that to this. Dang buzzer flew right over my head and dropped roadkill on the roof. What?
Who knew?
Hell yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. That's my boy in the background playing the live gamer system. You hear that smack? There's a buzzer dropping the roadkill on my roof. Woo, woo.
That was
Again, Sam.
that was just before noon, and it's still going strong.
Oh yeah. Thank you, brother. God bless.
No doubt.
They're on a roll today. I mean, there's a heck of a lot of jets in the air, commercial jets, for the holidays yesterday. I don't think I seen any chemtrails yesterday. None of them jets were putting off chemtrails, and it was colder yesterday. So, you call these contrails, and you done been watching too much boob tube. Yeah, one just come through here. I was eating lunch. I looked up and it did a curve. It went shh, and then curved like this. Yeah, the jet stream's moving kind of fast, so you can hear
It is what it is.
back and forth all morning.
Mm-hmm. It's just different levels of the clouds. One's going faster than the other too, right? Usually the lower level, the black ones go really fast. The white ones above it is real slow.
They're reflected on the chemicals. You can't see nothing. There's something next to that simulator there. I've been seeing it for a while.
Yep.
Ain't got a good enough number to pick it up.
Eight to 12 inches in Ohio. What?
Snow. Snow or rain? Snow.
I'm sure it's no. Not looking forward to it, but I know it's coming.
I prefer the snow over the rain any day.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Time to rise and shine.
It poured all day today. Finally stopped.
Yeah. No hurricane. Jeez, great. Another one laid in there while I wasn't looking.
Yeah. Frequencies and harmony. From the tune to a pleasure new. Woo woo.
Rock Uncle going for a ride. On my rocket stove.
Not ours either.
Thank you, brother Bob. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, you're welcome. That's what we do here.
They're trying to block the sun. Simulator.
That's how I started it out. Video in the
There's
sky
the
every day.
area right in front of it.
Get her done.
Yep.
All right. That's it for now.
I'll grab your link in a second, Rock.
Would you just look at
Bam. That's every day. You should check it out at nighttime. Even with just binoculars at night, you can see the white line behind the planes as they're spraying.
It's getting pretty nasty.
Yep. And I will drop the link in the chat.
woo woo.
Yeah, Mike in Florida.
You got some cool moonshots in there too.
All right. I should have been playing this one earlier. I won't play the whole thing because it's a little long, but this was a link from Debbie Carson. Thank you. Is this a good one, Debbie?
Excuse the belt.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, wait a second. I forgot. I have to grab some other links. Hold on a second. So hold on a moment.
Sorry, cool.
What?
I had to turn my heater off. Woo, woo.
Woo woo. All right. Senior military commander to lead Canada's CV-19 distribution. He must be buddies with the general. Link from Camo, thank you.
Commanded Canada's NATO mission in Iraq. Now he's in charge of making sure Canadians get the COVID vaccine.
Major General Danny Fortin will be heading up the
Imagine that.
logistics and operations in the center. Major General Fortin
Screw
is a seasoned
In its geographically large as ours, expects some logistical challenges ahead.
The federal government intends to purchase 7 vaccines, all developed. All
Man, I
with
miss
different
seeing
approval
this shit.
times, transport,
Stay
and
out
storage
of them.
needs. One of the
Go
first
on 'em.
challenges, picking up vaccine from
Hello.
manufacturer.
C-17 or C-1 Hercules could do that task.
Dan Ross has experience managing a crisis. He was the defense official in charge of flying and moving equipment on an emergency basis into Kandahar.
Most public servant departments are not trained or equipped to do that type of role. They don't do command control communications. They are normally
Home
policy
together
services to get
right now.
The Canadian military was called in to rescue provincial long-term care homes last spring with 1,700 troops. Now, more than 20 of their top planners are seconded to public health.
So I think there's obviously going to be a bit of a trade-off in terms of how much they can watch the rest of the world and engage in detailed planning to respond.
I don't know if this
Now
is
we stand.
This public health expert says having the military so heavily involved and at such a late date is an indictment of health officials who've had 2 decades or more to get ready for a big pandemic.
You know, you spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resources planning for this, planning for the pandemic. And this is the best that you can do?
Do not watch the television.
Its plan.
Hello.
Sergeant Sagan acknowledges it is not beyond the realm of possibility. In some parts of Canada, troops could be running clinics and administering vaccine. Murray Brewster, CBC News, Ottawa.
Right. Unbelievable. Yep.
I didn't see it with my own eyes. I wouldn't believe it.
But we knew that was coming. You know, the military's got to take over because they can vaccinate people better than any nurse can. That's only done it her whole life. Right.
Our thoughts create reality.
And what was his name? Sounded like Fuckner. Something like that. Rock Uncle. See the irony. Let's see it.
We all believe the same thing.
Fire it up.
Yeah.
Nice, Rock. Rock always has some good videos. Must up. You okay there?
I'll live.
All right, here is Rock Uncle's video I just played. Go over there and show him some love. Puts out some good stuff. Grab 'em. Oh, as a matter of fact, everybody in here, you should be grabbing your channel links and drop them in the chat so everybody can check out your content and grab each other up.
Excuse me. Sorry. Ooh.
Yeah, good one.
I know.
I just did. leaving a comment for him. Awesome. Yeah, I've been slacking a little bit too. Sometimes you gotta pull away a little bit.
What's up with you governor, mother dude? What's up with that?
The homo? I mean
Como.
Cuomo?
Como.
Yep. I know, he is like, wow.
One of the ultimate puppets.
Yeah. Big time. He's like the president. You know what I mean? This is right up there. And Fauci too. All right, I got that. Link 0.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Almost always got wide eyes. Always big, like he's scared or something. Como.
Hello.
Yeah. I know it makes me sick listening to him.
I can't do it.
I know.
I can't listen to any of them really.
Well, I listen to him just so I can absorb out of what he says. You know, I read between the lines. You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the problem. Most people can't read between the lines. They just whatever they say is like boom. Okay.
Yeah, I know. The TV says the TV
Yeah.
says
Yep.
unbelievable things I hear. The TV says stay home. And really, yeah. Oh yeah.
Cujo.
That's ultimate brainwashing at its finest.
So, with all this anti going on, that's going on everywhere that I don't know about. So I don't see it happening here.
What's going on here?
Just mad awakening. That'd be awesome. Hey Nick Power, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'd rather be awake than asleep.
Exactly.
Without a doubt. I don't care what it is. I'd rather know.
Yep.
Nothing worse than a blind ambush. Oh no.
That's right. It's their club. We ain't in it. George Carlin. Doing all right here. Darlene, I tweeted the president a couple weeks back about the virus. He tweeted me back and said the virus was the news media.
But he's pushing the mask and pushing the needle. Really?
Yeah.
That's what's up, Darlene. You should screenshot that.
Yeah. He seems to be flip flopping all over the place.
They all do. They flip flop.
Yep.
They keep everybody screwed up.
Yep.
I'll probably throw dice to see who flip flops next. Okay, it's your turn. You're right.
Yep. Tired?
Oh, no. Let's make me another coffee. I won't be here in a minute. It's still early. Still early.
This is what's happening worldwide. You need to see this.
Doing today. It is November 30th, 2020, and I have a bunch of different articles that I have pulled together for you to kind of show you the paper trail that I have followed. Just going through the headlines and looking up a little bit more research on certain states about the rollout of the vax, okay, that we know is coming. If you saw my video from yesterday, you can see how we truly are at the door. We've been talking about it forever, how we knew this is where it was going to end up, but it now is officially here. Okay, so we're going to start here. Warning of a surge on top of a surge. U.S. health officials caution Thanksgiving travelers. Okay, we've been talking about this, how we knew this was just another one of their setups, how they set it up in the mainstream media, telling everybody, oh, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't gather, you shouldn't celebrate, these things with anybody but just a couple people in your own house. And, if you don't do that, then we are going to be put in a horrible situation. Well, then to come, a week or two later, it's always, well, we didn't listen. Everybody, traveled. Everybody did it. And you're going to see that. I'm going to get into that here. So you can always see how they put it out in front of us. They don't, their tactics have not changed. Okay. Let's read a little bit of this. It says, top federal health officials on Sunday forecast a post-Thanksgiving spike in TB infection, death, and stress on hospitals and medical staff. At the same time, they said that it was still possible to blunt the deadly rise with tried and true measures of mask wearing and social distancing. Dr. Deborah Birx, the White House CB response coordinator, urged Americans to take it upon themselves to protect yourselves and your family, even in states and cities where authorities had not required any such measures. During an appearance on
Much love, Chrissy.
Dr. Birx seemed to be speaking to the political divide in the country, directly addressing incredibly independent and fabulous Americans who may be skeptical of measures to limit the spread of the virus. Taking perhaps the strongest line of several top officials who spoke on Sunday, said that travelers have to assume that you were exposed and you became infected and you really need to get tested in the next week. She urged the travelers avoid anyone in their family over 65 or with underlying illnesses. Okay, you hear that? Listen to this. She comes right out. She's saying that you have to assume you were exposed and that you already are infected and that you need to go get tested. Wow, I think that's not pushing an agenda, pushing fear. It says it can take a week or more after infection for the virus to show up in testing. In many cases, are asymptomatic. So people who feel fine or test negative 1 or 2 days after returning home may still be carriers. Of course, you got the boogeyman virus. That's what we've been dealing with since the beginning. Every symptom in the world is part of it and might tell you you have CB, including no symptoms. Nothing shows up. You don't feel anything. You don't test it. It's just ridiculous. Here we go. Dr. Anthony Fauci said that the clusters of new infections driven by the Thanksgiving holiday could emerge ahead of Christmas. We might see a surge superimposed upon the surge that we're already in. He says, so far, in the month of November alone, the total number of CD cases in the United States has surpassed 4.1 million, with more than 25,500 deaths. Over the last 2 weeks, the CD cases increased 12%, deaths 29%, and hospitalizations 38%. Since the pandemic began, more than 13.3 million Americans have been infected and more than 265,000 have died. You just hear just nothing but numbers, confusing, just throwing all this, these digits out, which most of these numbers mean stuff. They love, the numerology and being able to throw that in your face. And, it goes on, says California on Sunday became the first state to report over 100,000 cases in a week, according to the New York Times database. It says it's not too late to slow the surge. Dr. Fauci said, pleading for mask wearing and physical distance. Otherwise, he said, local lockdowns might be necessary. If we can hang together as a country and do these kinds of things to blunt these surges until we get a substantial portion of the population vaxxed, we can get through this. Just listen to that. Oh, just hold on. Just keep trusting us. Listen to us. It's too bad. We're sorry that you lost your job. You lost everything you've ever worked for. And we're telling you to stay in your house. Don't talk to anybody. Oh, sorry about that. But just hold on a little bit longer. Just give us another couple weeks. Then it'll be another month. Then it'll be another year. In another appearance on ABC's This Week, Dr. Fauci said the best course for Thanksgiving travelers might be, if it's possible, to quarantine yourself for a period of time. And how look at that. Oh, he's on ABC. He's on, on Meet the Press. They sure got him up there, don't they? Putting all this programming so everybody knows what is going on. Goes on, says children are not expected to be vaccinated for months because they have not been a major part of the vax trial. But Dr. Fauci said that he expects to move that process forward in January by starting safety and immune response trials in children for the Moderna vax, testing your children like guinea pigs. If the vax proves safe and the immune response is similar to that in adults, a large trial involving tens of thousands of children would not be necessary. Well, guess what? It will be, because you're going to do everything you can to make sure you can give this vax to as many people as possible. That's all there is to it. You want this in as many people as possible, and we can see it. There is no hiding it anymore. And check this out. It says Mayor Bill de Blasio of New York announced on Sunday that he would reopen the city's public elementary schools, abruptly shifting policy in the face of widespread criticism that the city was giving more priority to the economic activities like indoor dining than to the well-being of its children. How crazy is this, right? They're coming out saying how horrible it is. It's horrible. We're surging, blah, blah, blah. But you're going to open the schools? This is just, I don't understand how anybody can believe this anymore, that any of it has any common sense, any logic at all. If what they're saying and what they're doing do not line up. It says the mayor said the city would abandon a 3% test positivity threshold that it had adopted for deciding when to close the school system, the largest in the country with 1.1 million students. Are you hearing this? The largest system in the country, okay, school system, 1.1 million children, and they're opening back up, even though they're saying it's so bad, and you can't even go and have dinner with your family. You can't even go spend Thanksgiving or Christmas because it's so bad. But they want you to send your children to school. Wow, I don't understand it. I don't see how anybody can be falling for this. And he said the school system would aim to give most parents the option of sending their children to school 5 days a week, which would effectively end.
Take care, Rock. Much love.
Look at this. Would aim to give most parents. Don't you like that? You can always see how they tell you the truth right there. Most parents. So they're just going to decide, well, no, we don't want to do that. You're going to do what we tell you to do. And if you
Hey, Rocco.
School, or we'll take your children away from you. Whatever it gets to, we're going to see that. All right, but they're planning this every day. Okay, we're gonna jump from this. Right, I'll leave the links in the description, like I always do for you. But I want to keep going. We're gonna get back to the implementation of the vax that's coming. Okay, and they kept talking about how they need to do this, right? How they're figuring this out. All right. And right here, okay, this is them following up. Look at, they're talking about worried that Thanksgiving may be the start of a dark holiday season if CD119 continue to soar. So now we have heard a dark winter and now a dark holiday season. I don't think those are coincidences that they're talking the way that they are, okay? And you just keep going. Look at this, this is them telling us right here that we didn't listen, that we weren't doing what we were supposed to do. Because when they told us to stay home and not go and do your Thanksgiving with people did anyways. People went and they traveled. It says that millions passed through the airport despite them telling us not to. Look, I have concerns. Americans crowding airports for Thanksgiving despite CDC plea to stay home. It says, in spite of a plea from the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention to stay put over Thanksgiving, Americans appear to be traveling to be with family and friends for the holiday. On Monday and Tuesday, almost 1 million travelers passed through security checkpoints at U.S. airports each day. So, we already saw these headlines. You and I talked about them. We all said these would be the headlines. Well, we told you so. And listen, well, now you know what the answer is. There's nothing else besides locking you down, forcing this facts. We're sorry. We gave you the option. You never listened. And here we go. Look.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing that because we all know that too. It's all gonna come back on us as we didn't listen. Lockdown. And what happened to Mike? He just fell off again. What happened?
It disappeared. I don't know where. I'm not sure where he went. Hope he didn't lose internet. He's not even in chat.
Well, I just checked that link you dropped, Camo, and it says video is private. But I'll drop this Eric Sees All video into the chat once I find it. Okay, here it is. I got this the one that you gave me earlier, Debbie.
Excuse me?
That was I got the link that you gave me earlier that I started to play.
Oh, that's a good person to follow. A lot of good info there.
Let's check it out.
We have a connection. Well, I think we do. So we will. So today I'm going to be talking about the stay order of the FDA. I don't know how many people actually saw the release of that information. It actually came out this morning, and it was actually quite interesting to see what happened. And I'm excited to actually talk about that. So part and parcel of what we're going to discuss today is that. The other portion I wanted to discuss today was what somebody said in 1959 at a United Nations meeting. And so that was, like 61 years ago, and how that person could have possibly known what was going to be happening in our nation, actually in the world at that time. The question is, how did they know? How did they know, and how were they able to predict? Was it their crystal ball that they had, that they knew what was going to happen? I mean, it was interesting that they were able to predict what they predicted so far back. So I'm going to talk about both those things today. And it's exciting in the sense that being aware of the issue is half the battle. And if we start to recognize and realize what the issue really is, then there's a better chance that we are actually able to do something to preemptively prevent it from happening. So again, it's our choice how we see things, right? You can see things as half full or half empty. So let's start off with the FDA component. And as I said, that's a pretty exciting thing to bring up, because it is quite significant in what actually happened with this FDA information. So let's pull this up. You guys should be able to see my screen right now. So this was reported by a website called Healthy Impact News. Of course, mainstream would not cover this. And so it's regarding the experimental COVID vaccine that is about to be released by the FDA under the emergency emergency use authorization, the EUA. And so I'm going to read some of this verbatim, but what's interesting is that this is an administrative stay of action, and it was filed with the Department of Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration regarding the new Pfizer COVID vaccine. And this is very important to understand how they're going to release this. They're going to release it under the emergency use authorization, or the EUA. Now, the weird thing here is that you can't submit this type of action to the courts, because in someone's infinite wisdom, the process to get the FDA to stop, you have to go through the FDA, as has been passed through legislative action in the past, that the first and foremost recourse that we as a public have is to file an administrative action with the FDA. So it's almost like having the fox protecting the henhouse. And in order to complain about the henhouse being invaded by the fox, you have to appeal to the fox. So if that makes any sense, that's exactly the situation that we're in right now. So the administrative action, this administrative stay of action, has to be filed first through the FDA, and then the FDA's own division that oversees this will make a decision. Yes, it will be granted, or no, which is more than likely they're going to say no, it's not going to be granted, because again, they're not going to go against themselves, right? So it's a very, very strange setup. And yet that's the setup that's been put in place years ago in order to allow the fox to continue to do whatever the fox wants to do. So it's widely expected that the FDA is going to grant the emergency use authorization fast track approval for this vaccine, for this experimental COVID vaccine. And the reason I say it's experimental is because that's exactly what it is. Everyone knows that, it takes 6, 7, 8 years for a vaccine to go through its proper. Even then, having said that, there's no safe vaccine using the current administrative protocols that are being utilized that are considered safe. Okay, because again, without having to review this stuff that I've talked about before, if the entire premise is to boost the immune system in a newborn baby, then why are we giving something to boost the immune system on the first day of the planet when the child is not able to seroconvert till at least the first 6 months of life, probably not till the first year of life? So that's the first issue, because again, remember, the immune system has to be intact in order to enhance the immune system, but the immune system isn't even mature enough to respond then you can't give the body something to enhance the function when it hasn't even started functioning yet. Then on top of that, we would not give adjuvants that are supposedly
Good point.
exacerbate or to excite the immune response to get a better immune response, because again, there's no immune response to be had because the immune system isn't capable of mounting a response. In other words, the immune system is not mature enough to actually seroconvert. And then in addition to that, as if now we're talking about adding insult to injury, if that was really the goal, then we would not be giving immunosuppressive agents along with the vaccine, such as formaldehyde, mercury, nickel, et cetera, and the list goes on and on and on. So we know that that's with a normal vaccine to go through the process. It takes 6, 7, 8 years. But now they've rushed this vaccine, and everyone is excited about this vaccine. But think about it for a second. This is a vaccine that's being created against something that is less dangerous than the 2018 flu. That is 2,743% less chance of killing you than you dying in your car from a motor vehicle accident. And that's what we're creating. We're creating a vaccine and against something so insignificant. And now the vaccine is going to be thousands of percent time more dangerous than the actual condition that it's supposed to prevent you from having. And this is the reason that this action was filed, the stay of action was filed, because the plaintiffs here clearly know, and I'm going to talk about who the plaintiff is in a second. The plaintiff here basically wanted to prevent something from happening before it's too late. So this stay of action is a petition for administrative action. Again, remember, you can't go through the court system. You have to go through this administrative action first. It's a petition for administrative action regarding the confirmation of efficacy endpoints of phase 3 clinical trials of this COVID-19 vaccine. So the stay of action, the premise behind it is that the PCR tests, there were faulty PCR tests where this testing was based upon, it was faulty PCR testing that the vaccine trials were based upon. Now, I want you to understand something. PCR tests itself, the real-time polymerase chain reaction test itself, is a very valid test. However, the developer of the test, who actually, a doctor by the name of Dr. Kerry Mellis, who is no longer with us, who passed away, who actually once prized the PCR test, he himself said that you cannot use the PCR test to diagnose an infectious process. All right, the PCR test is designed to check the sequence, the genomic sequence of a virus or bacteria or whatever the case is. It is not designed to is infectious or not. Now, the PCR test is just picking up a signature. So, or an infectious process would be like, the analogy that I make, it's like taking a camera and testing the water temperature with that camera. So the camera is a very good device. Don't think that the camera is not a good device. It is a good device, but to check the temperature of water, no, it's not going to work at all. It's in fact going to be completely faulty. There's no justification to try to use a camera to test the temperature of water. And that's the point. It's the wrong tool for the wrong job. All right. So let's talk about the stay of action first. All right. So before an emergency use authorization or unrestricted license is issued for the Pfizer vaccine or for any other vaccine for which the PCR results are the primary evidence of infection, all endpoints or COVID-19 cases used to determine vaccine efficiency or efficacy in the phase 2 or phase 2 of the phase 3 trials should have their infectious status confirmed by Sanger sequencing, given the high cycle thresholds used in some trials. High cycle thresholds or CT values in real time polymerase chain reaction tests results have been widely claimed to lead to false positives. So what they're seeing is that the real-time qualitative polymerization chain reaction tests, or the PCR tests, that they've been widely acknowledged that there are many, many false positives, meaning that something shows up as positive, but in actuality it's not positive. That's why we call it a false positive. All right. Now, the plaintiff in this action is a Dr. Sin Hang Lee. He's a pathologist and founder of the Milford Molecular Diagnostic Center, which is a CLIA-certified laboratory in Milford, Connecticut. He's a petitioner. He's a person who filed the lawsuit, and it was something that was done through Robert F. Kennedy's his Children's Protection Health Defense Fund, or Children's Health Defense Organization. So Dr. Lee is world recognized for his research in DNA sequencing diagnostics. He's lectured at and has taught at many of the leading medical institutions throughout the world, and he has published umpteen scientific papers in peer-reviewed journals regarding this particular technology. Now, he basically said when this whole thing started, when the COVID nonsense started, he had said back sometime in, I believe it was in March, he had put out that there was something wrong. There was something afoot. In fact, he sent a letter back in March to Dr. Margaret Harris and Dr. Eduardo Guerrero of the World Health Organization and Dr. Anthony Fauci at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the NIH, explaining why the tests that detect the SARS-CoV RNA were generating false positives and negatives. So he recognized this way back early on, that PCR tests and other tests that were fast-tracked by the FDA were not accurate in identifying the SARS-CoV-2 RNA virus. So he basically explained that there's a two-phase test that would guarantee that there would be no false positive results, and that this was something that he had researched and published in Japan. So according to the Children's Health Defense attorney who represents Dr. Hank, and her name, by the way, is Mary Holland, the attorney. When Dr. Hengley submitted these letters back in March to Guerrero from the World Health Organization, as well as Dr.
I'll stop sharing that one too. But I'm gonna drop the link to that one. It's packed full of good truth bombs,
Pretty
good
long, but very
information,
informative.
but it's almost 47 minutes long. I don't want to play the whole thing. But here's the link to it. And thank you for that, Debbie. It's good information. Yeah, Flat Earth. I already showed that earlier in the stream, the Forbes. That's cool. The 1918 Spanish flu. I'm just grabbing up the links that were dropped.
You know, the most recent was 57 to 58.
The internet's getting slower and slower and slower, like every day.
Yeah, it seems to be doing that. Everybody's on it all the time.
Planet X always been the black sheep. What? There you go.
They have to be like
If you're a
crisscrossing
flyer,
patterns or something.
it begins. Qantas becomes first airline to require vax passport to travel.
National
Here we
travellers
go.
will be vaccinated against COVID-19 to fly with Qantas. It's the first airline to propose such a rule. The Australian carrier says the measure could become standard practice for all airlines.
I'm talking to my colleagues in other airlines around the globe, and I think it's going to be a common theme across the board. And what we're looking at is how you can have a vaccination, a passport, an electronic version of it that certifies what the vaccine is it acceptable to the country you're traveling to. So there's a lot of logistics, a lot of technology that'll be needed to put in place to make this happen. But the airlines and the governments are working on this as we speak.
Oh, my goodness. Making it painful.
Qantas plans to vaccine is available to the public. The country's borders have been closed to international visitors since the pandemic began.
Well, let's just delve into that a little bit more. Surely, will there have to be a coordinated, some sort of standardized paperwork to prove that you've been vaccinated? And then who picks up the cost of this? Is it the airlines, or is it ultimately going to be passengers?
Well, Oliver, coordination's the key, isn't it? You know, in such an important sector with so many different moving parts, airports, suppliers, fuel, airlines, all sorts of brands that need to come together to get us flying and get our tickets processed properly. And that coordination is going to be an incredibly difficult challenge, despite this hope that's emerged from the vaccine news. You know, Qantas, as you said, have announced today their plans to demand that passengers on international flights prove that they've been vaccinated before boarding any Qantas aeroplane. The CEO actively looking at terms and conditions on all of our tickets to make it absolutely necessary that we have that proof before we get on board. Other CEOs, as you say, including the Etihad CEO, talking about this idea of a health visa, a physical certificate of some kind that all of us need to carry around to prove that we're safe to get on board flights. So the world that we're moving into is a very different one. It's going to be a hugely difficult job for all of those moving parts to work together and create a seamless experience for passengers. You know, most sector analysts now are expecting other airlines to follow suit, to follow Qantas, to follow Etihad and others in calling for this new way of proving your validity as a safe passenger. And we can see now these clear signs of both hope and excitement about the future of the industry, a chance to get back to normality again.
So that brings us to this story, and with it, we come full circle, don't we, guys? You guys remember this one? Hey, we're on Daily Hoax Online, and you see the headline, Qantas denies it's part of flying conspiracy after disturbing 33 Amigo Brotherhood and New World Order symbols are spotted on the engines of a national carrier plane. So back in August, this whole conspiracy controversy here because they brazenly displayed the symbols, the all-seeing eye pyramid, and the 33 Amigo Brotherhood square and compass. So it all becomes quite clear. It all clicks now, doesn't it? So months later, they just so happen to be the spearheaders of the "you got to get the jab before you jump on our plane" agenda, setting the stage for what's to come on a worldwide scale. They're the first ones up. Why? Because they're on the payroll for the agenda. They are just another pawn. And amazingly, they have an absolutely very cute, quite adorable, really, cover story for why they had these symbols on the engine covers, and it chalked it up to Oh, one of their engineers was a fan of the Da Vinci Code. Yeah, yeah, that's the cover story. And as you see here, but actually, guys, hold on, we have some hope. The airline, as it says here, the airline has dismissed the notion it is part of some kind of global conspiracy. Well, there you have it, folks. You know what? Pack your bags, forget it, close this video off. They said they're not a part of it. Oh, guys, trust them. Trust the plan, guys, and trust their plan. They said not part of it. So no, that's it. Case closed. Anyone with a working
Question
brain can
nothing.
see what's going on here, and that this is all bullshit. We see what Qantas is all about.
Crazy. Thanks for that, Freedom.
Understatement.
Absolutely crazy. And Michael Joshua said that every state open in Australia. That's what's up. That's good to hear. Hopefully it doesn't go back down under lockdown.
I don't think the masses are going to stand for it. One more time and we're all doomed. That'll wipe out
Well,
any other jobs.
even on the mainstream media is even saying that 42% of America don't want the vaccination. So, that's 42% that they're saying don't want it.
I think there's more than that don't want it.
So they gotta re-educate people. They have to put the word out
nothing's
there. That's
free.
what they're saying. They gotta put the word out there.
Absolutely
They have to
nothing.
educate people.
Not here.
Like I said before, you can put your channel links in the chat. YouTube don't let you grab each other up. So you have to put your own links in the chat.
And this is like nonstop.
What?
Well, these planes above me, they're just like going nonstop. Like back and forth. They must be making like, I don't know. They could be spraying or something. It's really loud though.
Oh, this internet is slow. Wow.
Unless me making like, I don't know.
Wow. My internet, unbelievable. I'm back. Did my screen disappear or did it just freeze? Internet slow. Wow. What? Crazy. All right. Hey, Anunnaki, how you doing? Yeah, my internet is just going in and out. Crazy.
Because of the weather or something?
No, it's like, I mean, as time goes on, especially my phone, I noticed the signal, not the Wi-Fi, but the phone signal has been going down. Some places I don't even get signal anymore. I used to.
I wonder what causes that. Decrease in.
I don't know. Hey Tammy, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in.
Something to research, that's for sure.
Yep. Let's do a speed test. There you go, Planet. New holiday, right?
Yeah.
Crazy. How you doing, Anunnaki? Yeah, I see he's back, Zero Infinity. Coffee break, be back. That's why I always got a nice thermos here full, so I can refill my cup.
Gotta have coffee. It's a must.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You have a thermos.
All right, we got
Thermos.
What's that?
A thermos?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Darlene's having the same problem.
I hope that's not a bad sign.
Dun, dun, dun. CV19 Crimson Contagion Clade X Event 201. Welcome to the machine.
Oh boy.
Would be the darkest winter in modern history. Wright says he was well equipped to do that job because just 5 months before the new virus emerged, his and other key agencies had concluded an exercise titled Crimson Contagion, premised on the exact idea of a fast-spreading virus originating in China.
Crimson Contagion was a simulation administered by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services from January to August 2019 that tested the capacity of the U.S. federal government and 12 U.S. states to respond to a severe influenza pandemic originating in China. The exercise involves a scenario in which tourists returning from China spread a respiratory virus in the United States, beginning in Chicago. In less than 2 months, the virus had infected 110 million Americans, killing more than 500,000. The report issued at the conclusion of the exercise outlined the government's limited capacity to respond to a pandemic, with federal agencies lacking the funds, coordination, and resources to facilitate an effective response to the virus. Several tourists fall ill with a respiratory illness while in China and fly home to their respective countries before fully developing symptoms. The virus spreads quickly throughout the world, with the first detection in the United States occurring in Chicago.
Crimson Contagion is a national level functional exercise that has to do with a scenario of a novel influenza A, H7 and 9 virus. The scenario is that the virus is as large as the Spanish flu of 1918.
Start of the coronavirus pandemic, Mr. Trump has downplayed the severity of the problem.
Woodrow Wilson tried to minimize the Spanish flu epidemic, pretended it wasn't happening.
Despite public warnings against mass gatherings, President Trump is encouraging thousands of people to gather for a fireworks display.
Woodrow Wilson encouraged public events. He told mayors and governors to have military parades.
This is a flu. This is like a flu. National public health leaders saying this is ordinary influenza by another name. There's no reason to panic at all.
The Surgeon General said if proper precautions are taken, you have no cause for alarm.
Donald Trump is pushing the debunked conspiracy that coronavirus was man-made in a lab in Wuhan, China.
People began blaming the German, claiming they were spreading poison clouds or that Bayer, which was a German-owned company, had infected their aspirin.
Despite the alarming spike, many people still refuse to wear masks.
Cities recommended face masks, though residents didn't take that suggestion seriously.
Masks are mandated here. Not everyone likes the rule.
You guys are violating!
Yo, what's going on here? I know it can't be the video.
Something's wacky.
No, that was the video. That's crazy. Yep.
Relying on CDC and FEMA, Health and Human Services, and coordinating all of those different organizations is really critical on a county level because what they provide to us and what we can do to help that whole process run smoothly.
Crimson Contagion is a national exercise. 12 states were involved. In Arizona alone, Yuma County participated with the Arizona Department of Health Services and the Arizona Department of Emergency Management.
What did Crimson Contagion teach you about fighting pandemics? What were the lessons?
There were lessons about shortages on critical supplies, such as personal protective equipment, such as masks, N95 masks, gowns, goggles, and there were lessons about the need for funding.
You would practice this.
We drilled, we practiced, we'd been through Ebola, we'd been through Zika, we'd been through H1N1. This was not a new thing for us. We knew exactly what to do.
Wright says one big lesson from Crimson Contagion was that the entire U.S. medical supply chain would be understocked and under stress for vaccines, testing, and personal protective equipment.
I had industry manufacturers, industry reps sending me emails almost every day, raising alarm bells that the supply chain was running dry, and that America, the world, was in trouble.
It began in healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago. A new coronavirus spread silently within herds. People got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care, died.
China says the number of people infected by a mysterious respiratory virus has more than tripled over the weekend.
Chinese authorities have traced a new deadly virus back to this seafood market in the city of Wuhan. They say a new strain of coronavirus originated here and put an entire region on edge. CNN has obtained this video filmed inside the market, showing that more than seafood was on offer for sale. Images of the market from early December taken by a concerned customer indicate it was apparently selling other live wild animals, including skinned birds, snakes, and raccoon dogs, sparking concern that the virus might have been transmitted from animals to humans.
There are a number of candidate vaccines that have shown promise in animals, but development is still underway and will take many months. One candidate vaccine made by Azalea Pharmaceuticals appears to be effective against the disease in early clinical trials. The company is working closely with other vaccine manufacturers, HHS, and FDA to rapidly test and manufacture the vaccine. Through the use of new biotechnology approaches and extraordinary effort and cooperation, the initial batches of Azalea candidate vaccine are being produced more rapidly than any previous vaccine for a novel disease.
The new vaccine technology platform called RapidVac makes that much easier than before. Because each new vaccine is based on a genetic template, it can quickly be shared with vaccine manufacturers located around the world.
If the vaccine is approved for use, ramping up production will be a gradual process, with initial production capacity expected to be 5 million doses per month.
We already know that the manufacturing partners we're working with can produce 5 million doses within a period of weeks.
Immunity is expected to take about a month to develop, and more than one dose may be required.
According to USA Today, the virus may require 2 doses for full immunity because no one has developed antibodies against it. The first dose would prepare the immune system to recognize SARS-CoV-2, while the second would strengthen the body's immune response.
I think we have to go back to the strategic question. We're 5 months into this crisis, and I still can't tell you who's in charge. I think it's really troubling that we don't have a clear line of authority, a clear chain of command as we deal with this enormous problem. It's growing, it's ad hoc. We're responding without any real appreciation of what the organizational approach looks like. I think we've got to be focused on that strategic question. Who's in charge? What does the organization look like before we get into the tactics that we're going to be talking about next?
I think the president would say the president's in charge.
Is he in charge every day? Is he the one on the day-to-day managerial question? I doubt it. I mean, he's got all these other issues he's going to have to deal with. And if that's the answer, I think we're in trouble, not because of any particular presidential ability, but just because of the nature of his role as president. Somebody has to be in charge and take day-to-day responsibility, and I don't think it can be the president. We have talked in the past about the importance of somebody of his stature, or his or her stature, and it seems to me the vice president would be that person.
That I'm going to be putting our Vice President, Mike Pence, in charge. And Mike will be working with the professionals, doctors, and everybody else that's working. The team is brilliant. I spent a lot of time with the team over the last couple of weeks, but they're totally brilliant, and we're doing really well.
But regardless, somebody has to take that responsibility on a day-to-day basis with the stature, with the authority, with the organizational appreciation of what is necessary to respond to this massive problem we have today.
Mike is going to be in charge, and Mike will report back to me, but he's got a certain talent for this, and I'm going to ask Mike Pence to say a few words, please.
As a former governor from the state where the first MERS case emerged in 2014, I know full well the importance of presidential leadership, the importance of administration leadership, and the vital role of partnerships of state and local governments and health authorities in responding to the potential threat of dangerous infectious diseases.
Crazy. It's just like kind of a wrap up from the beginning. The storms are good. What's up, Callum? Yep. It's all sad, but which one is that? Zero? You mean that song I used to play, Wear My Mask in the Car? All good. Yep. Just another brick in the wall.
About it.
Yep.
Your own little barcode.
Yeah, that's right. That was their best one. Yeah, they all knew. Well, the songs were written for them, right? Probably by those people.
Hey, Callan, how you doing?
You want to know why Debbie is in total pitch black? Is she doing the vampire timeline?
Oh, you guys want me to reveal myself again? Again? Actually, no, I'm not sitting in the dark. No, not at all. That's good to hear.
You just have the camera off?
Okay, all right, good.
Ooh, there's Debbie. Dr. Fauci says we should cancel Christmas and New Year's to avoid a coronavirus catastrophe. Dun, dun, dun.
He's got the Grinch beat by a mile.
The Grinch.
Grinch Fauci. Okay.
Mm-mm. Bam. Norvax, CEO, vaccine trial enrollment, an important milestone.
Of explaining in terms why we're seeing the discrepancy between the progress that you're making with regards to the U.S. study and what we're seeing in the U.K.
Sure. So we announced a couple pieces of news today, and I think a real important announcement was the final enrollment 15,000 plus people in the UK and 2,400 people, 4,400 people in South Africa. I think those are really great executions of clinical trials. And now we wait and collect data to see what the efficacy levels from those two trials are. So it's a really important milestone that we achieved. And the teams down there did a great job. In the U.S., the U.S. announcement was merely that we've lost, of maybe a couple of weeks or a few weeks, because what we're doing in the U.S. is we're scaling up the process so that when we get approvals, that we'll have a robust commercial scale production process, and it just takes time to get from low scale 50, 100 liter production up to 2,000 and 4,000 liter production. So we're doing that. We have to have all the assays in place. We have to have discussions with the FDA. It's going along fine. There are no roadblocks. It just takes long.
Takes longer. Is it for manufacturing? Is it therefore, Stan? Is it that? And why did you perhaps think that it would be sooner than what it's turning out to be?
Well, we're always aggressive on our timelines and optimistic on that snafus won't occur, and so we run into things that's never been done before. So you learn some things along the way, and that's what we're doing.
What is the level of efficacy that you would be happy with, given the 95% results from the other vaccine makers?
I think our expectation is that we'll be in that ballpark. So what you can do is you can look at, and all you can do is look at it when you try to compare across vaccines, is look at how we did in preclinical studies in non-human primates and what levels of efficacy and immunogenicity did we get. Same thing in the phase 1 trials, and our vaccine came out equal to or ahead of these vaccines. And so we stand side by side with them, and I expect that our data will be quite good.
From tap to pay technology to mobile point of sale.
Yep. What do you got, Lou? Same here, Maria. Yeah, that's what the general said in his interview. He says he was asked, what order will he give when to get the emergency use authorization. He said, execute. Of all words, right? I'll drop the link in the chat if anyone wants to come on up to the panel. It's open panel.
Come one, come all.
Hmm. The Dr. Fauci of the 1918 Spanish flu. Look at the comparison.
I know, it's uncanny, huh?
Coincidence?
Nah.
Coinkydink?
I think no.
Related? Clones? Who knows?
Who knows, man? Anything's
I
possible.
haven't
Nothing would surprise me
investigated.
anymore. Nothing
Exactly. Could be related. Yep.
Nothing would shock me. Beady little eyes. Never trust beady little eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Beady and shifty. And then beady and shifty, man, we have issues.
Yep. Well, Lou Keyboard Warrior, or LKW, I should say, dropped a link. Said we should see this. Let's check it out. What you got for us? The Great Reset. Ooh, 35 minutes though. We'll check some of it.
That's what I was thinking.
Earlier in the year, from the beginning of the crisis through to about 3 months ago, I've done several videos dealing with very important issues that are connected to COVID-19. And I want to start and do another one here. We've taken a break for 3 months, but I want to come back and just give you this exhortation on the Great Reset, Part 1. I believe that most of what we're seeing and focusing on and getting angry over throughout this year already is actually a smokescreen. Most of what is called COVID-19, the race riots that followed it, the election in America that everyone is getting so heated about, looking to China, our socialism, our vaccine, none of these are the real issue of what's happening to our world in 2020. I believe all of this is a smokescreen to hide us or to obscure us seeing clearly what is actually happening and what is going to happen over the next year and a half. I pray and I hope that this message here will begin to open your eyes to see what the real issue is, and that all of these other things are mere smoke to distract us, that we won't understand and won't be able to apply the scriptures to what is actually happening. So this first part, we may do a second or third part, but the Great Reset, Part 1, I want to explain to you what the Great Reset is. I taught this to our church, local church, 2 months ago, and I've felt for several weeks it's important to let our friends elsewhere know about this so you understand what is being planned for our world and how all of the events of this year are being used. Let me take you back 1 year to October 2019, to the city of New York, an event that is called, or was called, Event 201, a global pandemic exercise. It was a war game response to a global virus outbreak. It was a scenario set during the months of November and December last year. Gathered in a small room was a round table group of 15 people from different countries and organizations. Those 15 individuals represented the United Nations, the Bill Gates Foundation, the World Bank, the CIA, Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, UPS Foundation, Lufthansa Airlines, the Marriott Hotels, the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and last but not least, the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as a small group of invited guests. This almost went unnoticed at the time, and yet many have pointed back to it since then. What was the scenario that they were playing out? And they said it was an imaginary scenario that they thought was very likely to take place. So all of them gathered together to play through, to decide what they would do in that scenario. What was it? It was a new coronavirus beginning in pigs, but spreading to humans. It would be a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like symptoms through to severe pneumonia, with the sickest needing intensive care. They depicted that it would begin small and be controllable at first, but within 6 months, 10 million cases would be diagnosed worldwide, with 65 million dying during the first 18 months, the first year and a half. They talked through the process of if this imaginary coronavirus did hit. Remember this just 1 year ago that they were talking about this. They said if it did hit, there would be a travel ban. They talked through the potential collapse of the health system, a growing financial crisis with the global economy going into free fall. They talked through about the stock market plummeting, leading to consequences that would last for maybe a decade. They actually went through several messages, and I've listened thoroughly to them. And within it, they raised certain concerns. Their main concerns were concerning disinformation and misinformation. In other words, they talked through about limiting internet access or shutting down the internet. They talked about censoring the internet, controlling it, and centralizing all information in the case of a coronavirus breaking out worldwide. They talked through about inflicting penalties, including arrests or fines, if anyone spread information that was not in line with their organizations. They talked through how social media would deal with this, deleting accounts. But they finally concluded that closing down the internet access would only feed into conspiracy theories. So their answer was flood the zone with their own centralized message. They even talked through about bringing in faith-based organizations, religious groups, to support and to promote their agenda. They talked through about those that were anti-vaccination and how this growing trend, how they would deal with it, how to address the idea that the coronavirus was a man-centered or created illness. And they also focused on saying that the World Health Organization must be the center of all information worldwide for governments, giving advice on how to respond on a large scale. They also talked about the potential of riots in the streets that would lead to martial law, and that the only way to solve the problems that would arise would be by global businessmen and governmental leaders working together hand in hand. They would have to centralize the flow of information and respond unitedly. They called on tech giants like Google, Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon to lead by example. Of course, 1 year ago in October scenario, or was it? The three organizations that created it and planned it and put this into operation last October. Listen, the Johns Hopkins Center for Health and Security. Secondly, the World Economic Forum. And third of all, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now, I here for a moment want to concentrate on the World Economic Forum. They were one of the three groups behind organizing that entire scenario last year. Either they were prophets or else they've moved in, as I'm going to show you, to make full use of this remarkable situation this year. What is the World Economic Forum? I'm sure most of you do not know, but I want to explain it because I believe it's so important in an hour, even as Christians, that we understand what is happening in our world and what is about to happen in the year to come potentially. The World Economic Forum was founded in 1971 by Professor Klaus Schwab. He was born in Germany in 1938, and he is now a man of 82 years old. Every year in January, in Davos, Switzerland, he organizes a gathering of about 3,000 people for 5 days. The member of the World Economic Forum, those who support it and stand with it, involve the leaders of the world's largest corporations. In fact, the world's leading 1,000 companies are actually involved in the World Economic Forum each year. Also, international political leaders pull behind it and are in attendance there. Also, economic leaders like the leaders of the global banks and the International Monetary Fund. You also get many celebrities being involved in it, like Bono of U2 here in Ireland, who'll speak out on political and economic issues, and he's there as a mere face to do that. Also, many journalists from all of our nations will be involved with this. In January 2020, at the beginning of this year, representatives from 117 countries, representing 121 nationalities, gathered in Davos for the 50th anniversary of the World Economic Forum. They invited President Trump to speak to them, and although he spoke contrary to most of their ideals, yet because of being such a vital person, they had him there. The World Economic Forum is fully backed by all the main global organizations. The United Nations are fully behind it. The European Union, the International Monetary Fund, all of these groups fully back this forum. And it is vital in our world. And that's why I want you to know a little bit about it. Professor Klaus Schwab released his message, vision, and all that he was seeking to accomplish in the year 2016. Davos that year in 2016 was called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. He also released a book by the same title, and he began to explain what the Fourth Industrial Revolution was. Listen to what he said. It is characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the physical, the digital, and the biological spheres. In other words, what he is saying here is that AI, artificial intelligence, the whole realm of worldwide internet is merging with humans. He actually believes that AI is going to merge with humanity itself, and that even the internet is going to be connected into biology. This is what the Fourth Industrial Revolution is, or what it will spark, or where it will lead to. He promoted that this new industrial revolution is going to challenge the idea of what it actually means to be human itself. He says it will happen fast, at breathtaking speed, like a tsunami. Everything is going to be digitalized. Our world is going to totally change. Remember, this is the organization and the man behind organizing 1 year ago a scenario that we have just passed through in the past year. I do not take this lightly when men like this speak. You see, he said that everything is going to get digitalized. This is their plan. And 4 years ago, he released this pattern and plan for governments and businessmen to work together on it. He talks in his book about digitalizing the entire education system. How do you do that? You move it away from the hands of individual teachers in the classroom to being a computerized system online where you are taught by more than just a local teacher. He says that every area is going to get digitalized. The public sector, all jobs, the health system, and even government. With government, everything within that nation is going to begin to unify. All the sectors through a digitalized online system is going to be united and molded into a unified system. This is what the Fourth Industrial Revolution is. It will affect income. And involved with all of this will be a new worldwide wealth distribution. He believes that internet is vital to what is going to happen, and that Everything is going to be forced online. We will go cashless, that people will begin working from home. Friends, this wasn't released this year. This was 4 years ago. He put all of his thoughts, all of his ideas in a book. And every year, all the top government leaders and politicians and businessmen gather to hear the latest message of the World Economic Forum. Well, that same year, at Davos in January 2016, he introduced this master plan for the fourth industrial revolution and where we're going to head to. He spoke also at the World Government Forum, spreading these same ideas. And he also coined, more recently, just last year, a new term called globalization 4.0. That term was actually coined to signal the coming shift in globalized structures. Everything is going to be globalized and digitalized. This is their plan. In fact, to bring all of this in, they said we need a time, we need an opportunity in which to remold change. And what better opportunity than 2020? Never have they had a better opportunity than now, and to make a massive change than in this year. They also said, whatever it takes, we're going to bring about this change to move society forward. Even governments are going to be digitalized. Everything will be centralized. Everything will come under singular influence. Now, let me take you a bit further here. Just to last year, to June 2019, at the United Nations headquarters in the city of New York, there was a meeting between two leaders of two organizations. The United Nations Secretary General met with Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum, and they signed a contract at that meeting. And in fact, this is the fourth industrial revolution. It is the union of the World Economic Forum, of the whole business realm, with the UN, the political institution that is so influential in our world. That actual document that they signed is called the Strategic Partnership Framework. It is a new coming together to create a new social contract. And if you know anything about this, they are redefining what it means to be nations, what it means to be a society, and how individuals actually respond to governmental or business institutions. So they're redefining how our entire world operates. When you get an organization like the World Economic Forum signing a covenant with the United Nations, it is big, it is major. Now, saints, listen further here. It says that this was signed to accelerate or to speed up the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The partnership identifies 6 areas of focus. Listen to what they are. Number 1, financing the 2030 Agenda. Number 2, climate change. Number 3, health. Number 4, digital cooperation. Number 5, gender equality and the empowerment of women. Number 6, education and skills. This document, signed between a business organization and a governmental organization, was agreeing on this to speed everything up. This is the fourth industrial revolution. Experts watching this signed agreement got very disturbed. They said it formalizes a disturbing corporate capture of the UN, or the businessmen moving in to influence the biggest global political institution of our day. They went on to say it moves the world dangerously towards a privatized and undemocratic global governance. A very dangerous thing. In other words, power is moving towards the World Economic Forum and away from individual nations and countries. And oh, have we seen it this year. business leaders gain power with the United Nations. It's only meant to be politicians who have power in the UN. Now we have institution of money men, businessmen moving in to sign a covenant and contract that's going to influence it. People watching it actually at the time said it was a coup for the corporate leaders at Davos to move in on the political institution of the UN. The UN is not the leading entity that it used to be. Things are changing in our world radically at this particular time. It's moving towards an increasingly privatized and less democratic global governance of our world. The UN actually relies heavily upon being financed by the businessmen that make up the World Economic Forum. It is vital to them. The UN relies on the finance of the WEF. At the heart of Schwab's revolution is an accelerating convergence between all areas of society. Listen to a quote from him here. A technological revolution that will fundamentally alter the way we live, we work, and we relate to one another. It's in a scale, a scope, and a complexity. It is the transformation will be unlike anything humankind has ever experienced before. We do not yet know just how it will unfold, but one thing is clear: the response to it must be integrated and comprehensive. In other words, what he is saying, it's got to be everything centralized, and it's got to cover everything in our world. Again, quoting, involving all stakeholders of the global polity, from the public and private sectors all the way through to academia and civil society. This fourth industrial revolution, and it is a revolution, is going to transform every single area of society: economics, politics, education, health system, every single area. This revolution that he's talking about, and they're implementing it in a very real way, is going to be global. Remember, this is the institution that played out the entire scenario of this year just 1 year ago in October, way before this COVID had broken out in Wuhan. Way before anything had happened, they were talking all these things through, and we've seen it in the past year. I hope I've got your attention here at the minute. And this is only part one. I'll give you more important stuff in part two. So we see them joining together with the UN or infiltrating in a political means. But what about the World Health Organization? Most of us didn't really notice it until March this year. On the 11th of March, the World Health Organization, or the WHO, declared COVID-19 a pandemic, 11th of March. The very next day, on the 12th of March, the World Economic Forum, acting as a partner to the World Health Organization, launched the COVID Action Platform. What was this new plan that they were launching? They said it was the first ever of its kind, and it aimed to convene the business community for collective action, drawing all the businessmen in to come behind the WHO to act in unison as one body. They were going to act to protect people's livelihoods and facilitate business continuance and mobilize support for COVID-19 response. The forum that they launched in March this year was a new community bringing together experts from the World Health Organization with business leaders from around the world, which would hold regular virtual meetings, and they have done since March, to boost collaboration. Initially, they had 2 leaders. Within 2 months, they had 700 of the top business world leaders, this is beginning of March, coming behind the World Health Organization. See now in our world, and since then, governments began to give billions of taxpayers' money to organizations like the World Economic Forum, as well as the Gates Foundation, billions of our tax money. Well, it was in May the 4th that the Union and several European governments held a COVID-19 donor convention or conference and pledged 7.4 billion euros of tax money towards this end. The money will be given to organizations like the World Economic Forum in a non-transparent way. And do you know, previously for a long time, men like Bill Gates, they actually had to pay money and give money to governments to gain influence into these institutions. Now our world governments are paying men like Bill Gates and the World Economic Forum for them to operate in the midst of this. Let me bring you right down to something very contemporary. And this is what I want to leave you with. And this is my main thrust here. The Great Reset. What is the Great Reset? I believe it's very important that you know that, because it's going to take place over the next year and a half. I fully believe that. On Wednesday, the 3rd of June, 2020, this year, just a few months ago, while the rest of the world was occupied with the pandemic, a looming global depression, and by race riots that started in the US and spread around the major cities of our world. While everyone was focusing on these things, the World Economic Forum quietly announced the releasing of their Great Reset initiative. You say, what is the Great Reset? I'm going to tell you. The announcement of the Great Reset Summit was made by the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles of the British Isles, and also by the World Economic Forum chairman, Klaus Schwab. Here he is again in the center of this. And they released this agenda of the Great Reset during a virtual meeting. They actually gave several lectures involving world leaders in economy and world politics, all speaking about the vitalness of the Great Reset. The UN, the International Monetary Forum, all of these groups came together to say, we are announcing the release of the Great Reset. None of us heard it at the time. None of us noticed it as they're doing it. We are all focused on all of the smoke screen of everything else that is happening in our world. They began to release adverts and teaching and begin to release the agenda there in June. Also in June 2020, and that same time, Schwab, our friend again, released another book called The Great Reset. And in that book, it explains what the Great Reset is. It is the world leaders' radical plan to transform world economy. In other words, to reset or restart the world economy. And I will say more in the second message on this. He actually predicted in that book that worldwide wealth redistribution at the end of COVID-19. He says in there that there's going to be a total rethinking and strengthening of governmental power. He talked that because of COVID, the power of government is going to be intensified. The role is going to be extended in your life and my life, and that there'd be greater intervention by individual governments in all of our lives. In that book, he says the nation state isn't the best way to govern our world. We need a worldwide global government system in the hands of one centralized power. But he says at the minute, all we have is local governments. But he is looking for a global government, or for all the ability to respond to a crisis to be in the hands of one entity, one organization, one global institution that can respond. He also says in the Great Reset that in this world economic reset,
I hear you. Oof. Oof. Well, if anyone wants to finish watching the rest of it, there's probably like 9 minutes left or whatever. There's the link. I don't know much about that channel, so I can't really say anything. I don't know. So,
Another day to push forward tomorrow.
what's that?
Another day to push forward tomorrow. What else can we do? I mean, certainly not be quiet, that's for sure.
Exactly. Blind straight. We all know already from George Bush Sr. New World Order, One World Order. Be aware, be brave. Try to enjoy your life right now while you can.
Yep.
Yeah, I would play it at 0, but I don't want to play any music right now. I gotta wait till I get a strike dropped at least. Hmm. Fire in the hole.
Sounds logical.
Wow, my internet is crazy. I really enjoy my life now, but still sad to see so many sleepers. I know one soul here going through the waking up phase, and that is painful to watch too.
Some of us just not going to wake up.
Hey, Miss Knowledge, all, how you doing? Good to see you. Which video was that? Yeah, the music video 0. Okay, talking about the doctor. Yep. Well, thank you for coming. Welcome. Thunder dust storms. This internet is crazy right now, so it's slow. So why isn't Walmart being told to close off their non-essential part of the store? Yeah, exactly. It's a good point. I got a lit up disco ball here in Iowa sky. Yep. Crazy. Have you seen the no need for vaccines? Yeah, I don't know if I'm being play anymore. Yeah, I'm trying to open it, but you're killing me. There it is. Internet's crazy right now, so it's slow. Says no need for vaccines. COVID pandemic is over, says former vice president of Pfizer. So why isn't Walmart told to close their non-essential part of the store? Yeah, exactly. Hello, everyone. Good point. 2020 here, sending out much love to everyone. What's this here? I got a lit up disco ball here in Iowa sky. From the National Herald. No need for vaccines. COVID pandemic is over, says former vice president of Pfizer. The pandemic is I did it again. Left the mic open. All right, let's do it again. Sorry about that. Getting tired, I guess, huh? Well, Pfizer. Let's try this again. Pharmaceutical. Two Secret 2020 here, sending out much love to everyone. What's this here? No need for vaccines. From the National Herald. No need for vaccines. COVID pandemic is over, says former vice president of Pfizer. The pandemic is effectively over and can easily be handled by a properly functioning NHS. Accordingly, the country should immediately be permitted to get back to normal life, says a former vice president of Pfizer. While Pfizer Pharmaceutical had made headlines on the release of their coronavirus vaccine, a former vice president and chief scientist of the company Dr. Michael Yeadon has said that there is no need for any vaccines to bring the COVID-19 pandemic to an end. We know the deal. Anyway, according to an article published in Lockdown Skeptics, Dr. Michael Yeadon wrote, there's absolutely no need for vaccines to extinguish the pandemic. I've never heard such nonsense talked about vaccines. You do not vaccinate people who aren't at risk from a disease. You also don't set about planning to vaccinate millions of fit and healthy people with a vaccine that hasn't been extensively tested on human subjects. His comments come at the end of a comprehensive criticism of the Scientific Advisory Emergencies, SAGE, a government agency of the UK tasked with advising the central government in emergencies. SAGE has played an important role in determining public lockdown policies in the UK as a response to the COVID-19 virus. Eden also highlights fundamental errors by SAGE in their presuppositions, which cause their overall conclusions to go radically awry, leading to the torturing of the population for at least 7 months or so. SAG says everyone was susceptible and only 7% have been infected. I think this is literally unbelievable. They have ignored all precedent in the field of immunological memory against respiratory viruses. They have either not seen or disregarded excellent quality work from numerous world-leading clinical immunologists, which show around 30% of the population had prior immunity. They also have excluded from susceptible a large subset of the youngest children who appear not to become infected, probably because their immature biology means their cells express less of the spike protein receptor called ACE2. I have not assumed all young children don't participate in transmission, but believe a 2/3 value is very conservative. It's not material anyway. So SAGE is demonstrably wrong in one very crucial variable. They have assumed no prior immunity, whereas the evidence clearly points to a value of around 30% and nearly 40% if you include some of the young children who technically are resistant rather than immune. In considering the reality of herd immunity, when susceptibility to a virus falls this low in around 28 to 35%, that population can no longer support an expanded outbreak of disease, and thus the virus wanes and disappears. The pandemic is effectively over and can easily be handled by a properly functioning NHS, National Health Service. Yeah. Accordingly, the country should immediately be permitted to get back to normal life, concludes Eden. So, what do you think, everybody? We know the deal. I know all my subscribers are onto this nonsense. No need for vaccines. COVID pandemic is over, says former vice president of Pfizer. I'll be. Dun, dun, dun. Crazy, right? That's what we were saying before about flip-flopping. Here's the video I was just playing, and I will go get the original link that I was reading.
Just a matter of time. Just a matter
How you
of
doing,
time.
Mark? Okay, Camo, it's fine. Let me, I opened that link, and it didn't take me to where it was. That's funny. Well, that link that I will read from, when I click on it, it just takes me to that site, the news site, not directly to. But here's another one. It's not the same exact one, but it tells you about it. That's from Health World. No need for vaccines. COVID effectively over. Pfizer Vice President.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Just a matter of time.
Yep. What's we got for good news? I'm pretty much done. I don't have any more.
Too much out there. There's too much out there that proves we don't need a vaccine. I mean, it's all ridiculous.
Yeah. I already went through about 4 hours worth of videos. Videos and links. Yeah, that's right. Good people are hard to come by nowadays,
You know it, Callum.
especially on here. Let me see. I did drop the link in there, right? Yeah.
Well,
Pretty much says the same thing.
Yes. We're not hard to find. Well, no, we're not hard to find.
Okay, Miss Knowledge. That's what's up. Man, today my internet's not very good for some reason. I hope everyone's doing well, and I mean, since everyone here knows what's going on around the world, is pretty much prepped for anything and everything, because you never know.
That's right. Never stop prepping, never stop, keep, eyes open, ears open.
I see Zero Infinity dropped a link there if anyone wants to go check it out. I'm done playing videos for tonight. But I'm planning on being back on tomorrow night. Or I should say tonight. It's 3 a.m. here. Yep, exactly. 3 a.m. Planet X. Yeah, how you doing, Mark? Feeling better? Find Freedom says good find, so if you want to check out that link he dropped. Yep, tonight. It'll be a little earlier than tonight, though. I mean, when I started. But hope you all get some rest too, you know. You gotta take a break, keep you going 24/7 on it. Take a break, take care of yourself. Yeah, have a good morning. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'll be back at it tonight, probably between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Two Giggles. Thank you, everyone, for sharing links and being part of the chat there. A lot of good information. Mark just woke up, so he's grumpy. He needs coffee. Go throw that pot of coffee on Mark. Thank you too, Camo. Thank you, everyone. Zero, Blind Straight, Giggles, Callum, Mark G, Miss Knowledge, Zero Infinity, Ice Cream, Finding Freedom, Planet X, Maria, I don't know how to say it, Damn Decor, and everyone else that's here. Much love to you all.
Everyone
I
stay
love
safe.
you too. Thank
Stay
you.
positive.
Yeah. All right, so we'll be back at it again tonight. Unless you guys have something else you want to talk about. All right, Blind, peace out. Be safe as you can be. Use the tools you got from Bob's stream. Yeah, thanks, Blind. Appreciate it. But a lot of us here have get good information on our channels. We should all stay connected, keep each other informed. Yep, tonight between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Anything you want to say, Debbie?
Stay safe, everyone. Stay positive.
Yep. Don't forget to laugh. Gotta laugh.
All the time.
All right. Guess we'll see you tonight, everyone. Much love. Take care. And thanks,
Good night,
Debbie.
guys.
Thank you all. Good night.